Eric. Let me see if he's out in the hall.
Okay. Yeah. Stay healthy. That's hard nowadays. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to call the regular city council meeting to order on March 15th, 2022 at 5:30 PM. Members of the public, may join in person or access a live feed. The virtual option does not allow for public comment. Reminder for those that are wishing to speak on an agenda item that you do need to sign ahead of time and submit your form to request to speak. At the end of the dais here for Ms. Rosie Erickson. We will be taking a few items out of order. As you can tell, our room is getting full. That's a good thing. Speakers, I'm going to go back to that. Speakers are allotted to 3 minutes, and they must limit their comments to the subject indicated on the form that they fill out. If they wish to speak for more than one item, one form per item, please. And they should address the council as a whole and do not address individual council members or individual staff. At this time, I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
Jan Joplin, Gary Mitchell, Kenneth Michaels,
Here.
Austin Degenhart,
Here.
James Conner,
Here.
Mayor Rhodes.
Here. The first item that we're going to address is actually under the reports and announcements section. Number 5, Police Department swearing in ceremony. Chief Hall. Thank you.
I want to introduce our 4 newest officers. Officer, come on up. Officer Dallas Franklin. Yarborough. And Officer Cohen in the very back, they're coming up. Is it okay if we come up here to the front?
Absolutely, yeah.
Use the speaker if you can.
Good, we do have a camera.
We have 4, both of them honored. Our 4 newest officers. Officer Yarborough, we'll start. Pulled over and down on the street. Like, welcome, thank you for our comments. We'll go on. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. It's a true honor to have them. We're very blessed to have them.
Yes. Thank you.
I got one more. He's not gonna like it, but Sergeant Clark. This is just more of as a recognition for Sergeant Clark. He went through the process for our promotion to the supervisor. Clark was a corporal last wanted to say the sergeant. What do you think? Congratulations.
Thank you. And then we'll just follow that. The next item is the fire department swearing in ceremony. Chief Brown?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, there's a few things that we want to honor our personnel with. Today, we're here for a swearing in ceremony for a firefighter. One of the world's most honorable and dangerous occupations. When there's emergency in the community, firefighters are one of the first ones on the scene. Firefighters are there in devastating ravages, fires, motor vehicle accidents, tornadoes, hazardous materials incidents, rescue operations, explosions, emergency medical operations, and many, many other things that we do. Firefighters are civil servants. They're sworn officers. They follow standard policies and procedures of the fire service and standards of the department itself. They're there to prevent human suffrage and death, to stabilize the incident and prevent damages and loss of property. Today, we have a firefighter, Aaron Brown, if you'd come forward. Aaron has completed his first year probationary period. So once they've completed their probationary period, we have them conduct the oath of office.
Chief, would you like to bring him up here too? Also, that way
Sure.
the people that are watching, they can see your face. Thank you. Mhm.
Come on up.
Yes.
We have a fantastic police department and fire department, and so happy to have all of you. Thank you for your service to our city, and like Chief said earlier, for choosing our city. We appreciate you all.
Okay, next. I've got some more.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
I got hold of this.
I'm sorry, I did not.
Oh, you're
notice.
good.
Go ahead.
Next, we'd like to conduct a badge pinning for our promotionary positions of driver, engineer, and fire lieutenant. As a chief of the department, it's a pleasure to promote guys to the next level of their chosen profession. So it's a great honor to me. The promotional process within our department is very difficult and very time consuming. And what it consists of basically, back in December, I gave these guys a list of books. For one position, there were 3 textbooks. For the next position, there were 4 textbooks that they had 45 days to consume, to understand and totally know what are in those books itself. And they're all fire-related type of books. After the 45 days, they take a written exam. Once they have passed, those that pass the written exam, they move on to something called an assessment center. Well, our assessment center consists of several different testing components. Each candidate had a interview and a presentation component of the promotional process. They were graded individually on each of those. They both had a fireground management scenario that they had to present and manage based off of conditions that they were presented. And one of the testing components for the lieutenants was a policy and procedure testing process. And for our driver engineer's position, we had an actual pumping exercise where we took the fire engine out, we gave them a scenario, we told them what lines that they were flowing. They had to pump the right pressures, the right volumes to reach what we have in the testing process. So it was very, very difficult. The process itself, from beginning of study to the end of the testing process, is about 2 months. So it's a great opportunity for these. So without further ado, our newly promoted driver engineer is Brian Harold. Brian, please come forward. Tonight, Brian's wife, Lauren, will be pinning him. If you'll stand right there, I will bring you.
Yes. Yay.
Absolutely. Our other promotion is for the position of lieutenant. Our newly promoted lieutenant, so a lieutenant is our first level manager on the scene. Tremendous amount of responsibility that they take on when they take on this role. Not only is it incident management, but it's managing your personnel in the station. So y'all tell me what's harder, managing people or just managing a little fire out here? Okay, it's the people. People's the hardest thing to manage, okay? Without further ado, our newly promoted lieutenant is Ryan Florence. Ryan, if you'd come forward, if your wife, Michelle, would come up, and she will be pinning on your badge and your new collar brace. On the fire ground. Well, they can wear this. Point out who's in charge, give the company officers a red helmet. Everybody look around, my camera's out. Congratulations. All right, one more thing. Oh, lastly, I want to take a moment to recognize Brian King. Come on up. I just want to take a minute to thank Brian for his hard work and dedication to the fire department of the city. As y'all may know, I've been off for about 5 weeks, convalescing. Yeah, that's it. Sitting at home doing nothing, driving me crazy. Brian filled in for me and took care of a lot of my administrative duties and did an exceptional job for us. You know, one of the things while I was out, we had a large grass fire, and I think it was the 15th of last month during the council meeting. We were supposed to have these promotion or processes then. Brian did an outstanding job in managing 16 different agencies to bring the fire under control and limited any damage or injury to anybody. There again, Brian is a valuable member of my management team that I hope to grow in the future. I just want to say thank you, Brian, for what you did. Good job. That's it.
Thank you. Fine group of men and women. Appreciate all of you. Okay, the next item that we're taking out of order is we're going to go ahead and go on into executive session. And the time is 5:51. This is pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.7074, as well as under consult with the city attorney regarding work session items.
Well, it doesn't mean, I don't know. I know. Pretty facetious, huh? It's the road. I would say there's passwords to that. Yeah, they can. They're following, but whenever. What program? Yeah, it's great. I've seen that. I mean, other. They used to do stuff with DPS and stuff. If it was, it wouldn't surprise
Just like, for the city, right? City and all, like, yeah. This is where you- Larry Aldridge. Conversation. I'm trying to get this going. That's funny. It's hard to look at. Yeah. Yeah.
Who needs a suit when you got Brandon? Oh, that's cheap. Are you still out there? Oh, okay. He's still out there.
Does it not stay open?
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Some of the crappy ones.
You keep it open.
You twist. It's the twist. Yeah.
Try to put it in there. And if we can't, I can just transfer it to this. 'Cause, Max may need this.
No, no, you know.
Well, here, let's do this.
Oh, it showed up. Okay.
Yeah, it did, but in case somebody needs it before you. Is it Jubilee?
Yep. Don't hit set up. You'll install Windows.
There it is in case it messes up.
Perfect.
Okay?
Can I add something to it? Reload?
If you want to add it to the first one, we could. open
Yeah, I
it.
couldn't get it to show up on my laptop.
Oh.
No, I brought something. I don't have to add it. It's fine.
Here.
I can just say it out loud.
And then when you save it, just copy it back over there, take that one.
Okay. Add one thing. Yeah, car show. Car show. Forgot.
Oh, that's a big year.
Yeah.
Get rid of this one first.
Replace it.
There we go. Perfect.
Can I bring a map up real fast of Canada? For later. Away. All right, perfect.
Back to the regular screen, so Max, when he needs his presentation.
Okay. So
Right
that,
there.
that's it?
Yeah, okay. Just keep that handy if we have to go, but like I said,
No
that's a E and a O and a D.
Okay.
And then the one.
P0, you mean? Or PO?
P-O,
Okay,
not zero.
okay, gotcha.
I'll have something to drink. Yeah, there's no game. Well, I haven't even got to it. Actually did get one. No, I get it. Oh, yeah, if you got spring stuff. That's what I was saying. So I was like, well, let's get it. Probably one of the places.
The good side gets more.
I'll take that. I gotta finish everything. Right. All right. God, I'm like 1100, man. Yeah, just appreciate your service. Really? One trumps two.
I almost got a 4-star. I was gonna wear them.
I need 2.5.
All right.
Yeah, do this. Oh.
Yes. No, never. Cool. We got it all. Oh, really?
The hardwood. So, you know, he's getting a lot of things that maybe he's not supposed to be. Yeah, they. Yeah. Very bad. Still there.
Well, he's gonna. I don't know the sidewalk, but he's gonna. On it, it's gonna come out. Ten more feet. Okay, my farm looks like oh, yeah, yeah, he knows. He went out. We had it in storage for a while. So he's gonna, yeah. Yeah. They're right here. You're reading for me. Hey. I agree. Obviously, he had it all planned out. I said to him yesterday, "Lauren's gonna be there tomorrow." Sure. That was your first clue.
Well, no,
Yeah. I agree. Awesome job.
Oh, yeah. I love
They're all regulated. They're all.
But I know, I've only noticed one.
Yeah, I think, that's one thing that
Not necessarily. Our law requires that. Overseeing that.
So long. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And only get this one. You have it back. So you're not in the group.
Turn it back on.
Yes, you'll do it in time. Great plan. I'm going. Yeah, that's on next it is I wanted to buy it. You look at it, high rises. They're on the beach. They Good, bad. I think they had advertised. So once you get in there, you still have to pay for it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All food, drinks, souvenirs. Oh, yeah. Oh, whenever the doors open.
You better believe
Are they all brothers?
I'm sorry.
That's how they do on a cruise ship. Don't check out on a cruise ship, you owe $1,000. Well, it's been a long time. Is it very far off the freeway? They are.
What a cost. Better believe it. What I do. Here, hold my license. Yeah. So.
What everybody.
Yeah, put it all on the credit card. Buy some business.
You only get 5 of them. And I'm ashamed how many. But I had to put up with the last part. 7 a.m. to 1 or 2. Start bringing. I don't think.
Yeah.
Wait. Hilarious. I figured we could go to all.
Okay, we will reconvene back into open session at 8:23 PM. I apologize for the lengthy time, but sometimes it just takes that long to discuss all the matters. And we will be, in fact, going back into executive session again at the end of the meeting. So we will pick up under section 2, work session items. And item number 1 is discuss and consider offering staff direction regarding the Parks and Rec Board's recommendation of the drafting of a contract related to a proposed farmers market to be held monthly in Town Center Park from March through November of each year. And we had one person to sign up, and that person had to leave. So she did want to indicate her support. It says, "I do not wish to speak, but would like to register my opinion." And that's Miss Hannah Marshall. And that was the only one that I had to speak on that item. So at this point in time, I will turn this item over to Miss Leslie Galloway, our interim city manager.
Mayor and council, we've provided information in the staff report, which you all have. I'm happy to answer any questions about that if you have them. At this time, staff's recommendation would be to move forward with a trial run of using the existing rental policies and other various regulations that we have on the books right now and see how this goes. And then the drafting of any other ordinances that might be necessary in order to control such an event. So.
It is a work session item, and council, open that up to you for any comments. We'll start, and you're in, Mayor Pro Tem.
So there's a lot of questions, mainly just making sure that we have everything that we need. Can you hear me? No,
Uh-oh.
it's green. I have a green light.
Oh, okay. Bear with us, technical difficulties.
Anyone else on?
I think you can hear me. Yeah, okay.
Testing.
Oh,
Hello? Nope.
I can
Hello,
start.
hello? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, better. Mainly was just to get all the information that we need to have a successful farmer's market. It's a very short amount of window of time for it to be presented tonight for the event to take place on the 26th. I want a farmer's market. I'll just say that. Anyone sits down and asks me if you want a farmer's market, I'm gonna say, I'd love to have a farmer's market. Who wouldn't? Especially here in Kennedale, right here in our backyard. Absolutely. We just need to make sure that we have all the details of it. Who's the city coordinator? Does the city have the staff that they need to present this? Do we have the right ordinance in place to protect the event itself? What are the financials on it? Who is the local business owner? I assume that that's Hannah. It says in here that this will not only be run by a local business owner. So I assume that's Hannah. Is that correct? And she's local as in Kennedale? Okay, so she's locals in Arlington. So that's just my concern. Those are my concerns, is making sure that the city's prepared for it, that the city has done the due diligence needed to have a successful farmer's market so that this can continue and it doesn't get off on a bumpy start.
okay. Councilmember Mitchell?
I would just agree with Jan. We definitely need to make sure that all the ordinances are followed, permitting, whatever it takes to make sure that it's successful for everybody. So, but that's all I would have to add to that. Thanks.
Okay. Next.
Not too close. There we go. I kind of agree with Leslie on this. Let's go with the trial basis and then anything that we need to do permit wise or ordinances to make sure that, we protect her and the city. And, but I'd like to move forward. I would like to see a farmer's market because I might start growing my garden again and have a place to sell. So I'm all for this.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Councilman Connor go in front of me. I'll go last.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Councilmember Degenhart. Now, good Lord. I am far enough away, I promise. In regards to a farmer's market, I have some questions that I feel our Parks Board President can answer, as he did state on social media that a simple phone call would have cleared all this up. I don't feel a phone call would have sufficed. As the chairman should know, his board is advisory and has no approval to pass any contracts, as he did state on March 2nd. With that being said, I digress. Is this farmer's market going to be just selling fruits and vegetables? We don't know. There are going to be sundry items like seeds for growing our own gardens, potted plants. Are we going to have soil? What are we going to have there? With that being said, if these sundry items are going to be sold, are we going to be collecting taxes on those items? As some food items are exempt, but is there going to be tax generation on this? If sundry items are going to be sold there, and that's great, is it going to be cash only, debit, credit cards? If debit and credit cards are going to be used, will they also allow SNAP participation? To use government assisted programs to buy food with, of course. Because if not, it would be considered wealth discrimination and enter the lawsuits, because I know some of our senior citizens out there live on a social security income. Some of them don't get that much. So they do rely heavily on government subsidies. Let's just put it that way. Will they be allowed to use those government subsidies at this farmer's market? If they're not, again, it poses a wealth discrimination lawsuit, because they don't have the money, but they have a little card that does have money on it. I mean, we have to think of these things. Do all the vendors selling sundries have sales tax permits? Do we know that?
Not aware of who the vendors are yet.
We're not even aware of who the vendors are yet. Okay. If not, would they still be permitted to sell their items? How much is the rental fee of this space in town center? Where would all the money go? That's my thing. I would love to see a farmer's market as well. Love it. I used to go to the one in Haltom City all the time, buy everything fresh. Tastes so much better than going to a supermarket and buying it, especially corn on the cob. Good Lord. I want to see this go through, but we have a lot of, the financial brain in me is sitting here saying, yes, there's going to be money exchanging hands, whether it be cash, whether it be debit, whether it be credit, but also, are there going to be any government subsidies that are going to be allowed? Payments such as SNAP for food assistance for some of our seniors that might not have money, or for anybody else in, the public realm that may or may not have adequate access to cash on hand to purchase items that they might want to. We have to think of those that are disadvantaged, and we're not. And that's where I'm actually sitting at right now. That's why I'm here. I'm talking for everyone, not just myself. I have the funds to go out and buy whatever I want. But Susie down the street may not. And that, forgive my language, sucks. But that's what we need to think about. So any additional ordinances that may protect the organizers as well as the city, I think needs to be passed first, or looked at least. I feel that, a farmer's market in Kennedale, considering the one in Mansfield and Arlington, they're closed. The only one that I know of anymore is in Haltom City, and I don't want to drive 20 miles just to go get some fresh corn. I don't know about anybody else. So I do want to see this go through. I feel that our Parks Board president has thought carefully through this. I feel that he is bringing something that the city of Kennedale needs, considering that we are such a tight knit group and community. We're a very small city, only 6.6 square miles. We need this in our city. A trial run? Yes, absolutely. But we need to figure out the financials first. We need to figure out whether or not those people are going to be paying taxes on sundry items. We need to figure out whether or not, a government subsidy will be able to be used as payment. We need to figure all that out first. So to go forward with this in about a week and a half from now, I think is a little premature, but that's just my standing. But yes, I do want to see it go forward.
Councilmember Degenhart?
As several of the other council members have alluded to, farmers market is something that's wanted here in Kennedale. I would love to see local community come together, local produce, handmade goods being sold. I think that there's a right and a wrong way to go about it. And it appears to me that this has been a little bit rushed in trying to get the very first event scheduled for just a week and a half from now. Now, with that being said, if there is a means and methods to hold the event within our current ordinances, I'm all for it. I would like to see some additional ordinances set in place that would allow us to have efficient and proper oversight of this event and similar events in the future. But in the interest of getting this first grand opening, if you will, off the ground, if we can do it, let's do it.
And I guess another question, I don't know. Okay. Anyway, another question for council is, provided that the ordinances and permits are in place, as staff will determine, then I'm hearing that you're okay to move forward with that. However, we have to look at the other side of that too. If there are issues and staff doesn't feel like that meets the current ordinance and permitting process, how do you feel about the March 26th proposed date? Do you feel that that should not happen?
Considering that we don't have some ordinances that may or may not be in place. I would actually like to wait until we have everything in place, whether it be a contract or whatever. But we need to have ordinances in place. We need to know, we need to have the financials background before we can continue anything, in my opinion, because tax permits, I don't know how long it takes for a permit to get issued in the city of Kennedale, but from what I hear, it's about 2 to 3 weeks. I don't know if that would go along the same price of tax permits as well. So I would like to see us wait at least another month just to be on the safe side of things so that our staff can get everything prepared. Ordinances passed on the 19th, if possible, of April, but I'd like to see it wait. That's just my feeling.
Degenhart?
If there aren't sufficient ordinances in place to allow the event on the 26th to occur, my suggestion is let's postpone it a month. Let's get the ducks in a row and let's push it to next month when we'll have time to vet through all of these questions.
Mr. Michaels?
My opinion about it is, I think we ought to do it as scheduled. I mean, and then we just do a trial run and just go off the rental agreement that we've had with the pavilion and stuff like that. And that'll give time staffs to, next month, maybe come up with some ordinances or permit fees or whatever to, and that way we're not missing out on an opportunity. I think if we sit back and just let it go, maybe the person that wants to do it will just pull out and say, I don't want to do this. And we're looking at, like I said, Arlington shut down, Mansfield shut down. The closest farmer market is Ridge Mall off of in West Fort Worth. So I mean, I think it's something that we need to just kind of press on and make up the rules next month, or by next council meeting. But that's my opinion about it. So I just don't want to miss out on the opportunity.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Can we bring Jeff up? Jeff, can you come up and answer a question or two? I think you know the lady and you're kind of familiar with.
I
the
think I can clear
situation.
up a lot of these
So
questions.
help us with this, would you?
First, it's not a decision of whether we're allowing them to go forward for 3 months, right? Our ordinance does allow for them to fill out the special permit and it gets approved. And I'll pass this to you guys and you can see the check marks. What we require. Now, with larger events, we do require a sales tax with everybody, and anybody who is a carny who does these events knows that. Now, we do have registration with the city for a city sales tax, but I believe also the state takes care of that as well. Hannah will be required, and she was working it out with Lindy earlier today while you guys were in executive session. Because we did miss something in this process of the confusion of it all. She already filled that out for the next 3 months, and she will provide all the vendors, their name and list, their sales tax ID if applicable. And they'll also provide any health, the state requirements for health if they're going to serve food. That should clear. Yep. Yes. Yes. That's the one piece of the puzzle from this whole thing, because when we approved it on the Parks Board, we weren't sure how fast the contract would go. So Leslie wanted to work out the pricing. We figured out even the pricing that we agreed on the Parks Board, it needs to be doubled. And we already discussed that with Hannah. And this is kind of the working out phase that gets sent to Drew, a contract will be made up. I'll look at it again. Leslie and I will look at it again. We'll kick it back up to you guys for approval. But this is for more June and July. For now, anybody in here can have an event. And I believe our law says you can't have more than for 3 a year. So she can do it 3 times this year, farmer's market. And it's not really a city collaboration. Parks Board is not teaming up with this. This is solely a venture of hers, a private business. And basically, if you want to think about it this way, it's like the antique mall. The sisters, they own the mall. That's their business, but they rent out their space. And those businesses have their own rules that they have to follow, the sales tax and things like that. The people that have the tents are liable for their own sales tax, not necessarily Hannah. Hannah has to report her taxes on her income that she makes from doing the event, minus expenses. And that has to do with federal government and has nothing to do with point of sales of vendors. Now, as far as the farmer's market go, the definition of farmer's market, Mr. Connor, modernly is a mixture of fruits and vegetables and leather workers and people who sell cups like Hannah does and things like that, just like you would see at Art in a Park or Concert of the Park.
I know what the definition of a
Yeah.
farmer's market is, Mr. Navarez. I'm
And I
not
believe Forest Hill has
uneducated.
actually got one too. Somebody told me that Forest Hill's been doing one.
Yes, and I, like I said, I do know what the definition of a farmer's
Sure.
market is. I'm not uneducated, as you pointed out on social media.
I said
But
that.
I will say this. Are those who are wealthfully disadvantaged going to have a place at this table, or are they just going to have to sit it out until May or June when we figure it all out and let's just make up the rules as we go?
Now, my understanding about that is farmer markets, unless it's a city farmer market, like if we did it as a city, I don't think that applies because it's individual businesses. Now, if the individual business wants to apply to the state, and technically it's federal, but they have to apply to the state, an EBT program, because they do take credit cards, they can do that and that's their option. I don't think it's a mandatory. I don't think there's a liability in this at all. Because it's a farmer's market, not like a Kroger it's a once a month kind of event. And that's how it's looked at. Now, I have been a farmer's market where you can use your EBT. Again, that's up to solely to the person who's going to be doing fruits. They'll be doing fruits and vegetables and eggs, I believe. So there will be some sort of produce. And my understanding is as this thing kind of grows, I think we'll see locals do that too. They're just not quite aware. Now, as far as the vendors go, all these vendors are experienced. Those mostly come from the Mansfield one. And these two actually closed in Mansfield and Arlington. I don't know why Arlington closed. The Mansfield closed because that gentleman passed away just a couple of weeks ago. He closed in December because he was of failing health, the guy who owned it. And he just recently passed away actually the day before the Parks Board meeting. And so that's why that one went away. It's not necessarily it was a bad thing. It's just business.
Now, you said a private business owner could possibly use their SNAP cards or whatever like that at a private business. Is that correct? Is she a private business?
She is.
Is this a city
She's a
spon-
DBA doing this, the Kennedy
Is
Bill
this a
on
city
2020.
sponsored event?
No.
So she could possibly use this.
Use what?
She could possibly process that participants cards.
She won't because she is doing the event.
Okay,
The vendors who sell fruit, that's their option.
but
So if
you're-
you, James, wanted to come to my event and sell fruit, you could do that option yourself. It wouldn't be up to me.
So I'm confused then, because you stated that she's a private, that this would be done as a private business type thing.
So I'll go back to the
Is that
antique
correct?
mall example, where the sisters don't own the individual spots at the antique mall. That's up to people like us who have their own booths. They own the space, they rent the space. That's what she's doing. She's renting the space and renting out the space that she's rented. That's pretty much, that's the business plan model out of it.
So in my business profession, if this is me, say, oh God, who can I put? Sabra Incorporated. They own KFC, they own Long John Silver's, they own Taco Bell, they own a lot of different businesses. Basically, they're subsidiaries that are under one corporate umbrella. If she's a business owner and she is the business and she is the one who's doing it, those people that are under her would be considered subsidiaries, in my opinion. So therefore, I feel that those subsidiaries that are under one corporate umbrella should still be able to provide what the corporate umbrella sees fit. You get where I'm going on that?
I do. I would say that something this small, that doesn't apply. Something a little larger when it's cross state lines and federal, then those things kind of thing. But this, it's not okay. It doesn't apply here. It's an event that she's holding, just like anybody else would do around town. This is how other farmers markets do across. It just comes to like, she's liable for the rental fee. So what we put on our rules and what we put on the contract, that's what she's going to be liable for. And then she has agreed to share the list and give everybody's health, because that's her asking them for that liability so she can protect herself. But in the end, if somebody gets food poisoning, for example, she's not liable. The person who sold the food would be.
Okay. So
I hope that clears that up.
it does clear it up.
Would somebody there be smart to do an EBT for farmers
I
market?
would.
That'd be smart. I think it'd be the smartest thing ever, but it's up to the business owner for that.
Okay, so I think it would be smart of someone of that business owner to do something like that. Here's the thing though. I don't know the means, and as someone who is running for mayor, I don't know if you know the means either, but would you or I or anybody else that is in this room or within earshot of this be able to tell Susie down the street who makes $268 a month on her social security that has a government subsidy, I'm sorry, you can't come because unfortunately, I know you don't have any cash and I know you don't have a credit card and I know you don't have a debit card or anything like that, but we don't take SNAP right now. Have a good day. Sorry.
I would say that we could encourage, and I'll talk to Hannah about encouraging, because she'll be buying fruit in Dallas to sell fruit to make sure that we have fruit for this event. She will personally be doing that. I will encourage her to find a vendor that will do that on their own or already have that set up. And it could grow that way.
I'm
for all we
looking
know
at this. I hope you understand what I'm trying to do.
No, I get where you're coming from.
I
Yeah.
want, the way I grew up with literally nothing.
Mhm.
And I'm going to tell this people here right now, I don't care. I grew up in a trailer park.
Sure.
I didn't have money. My family didn't have money. So to those people out there that are disadvantaged, they need help.
Mhm.
This is a way of giving that to them. And if we're going to be doing something like this, we should not cater to one specific class of people who are basically above the poverty line, and not have people who are below the poverty line going, sorry.
No, I
That's
completely
what I'm
understand.
looking at. I'm looking at people in the city, and you know them and I know them. There are people in this city who are disadvantaged. I mean, our own senior outreach, they provide meals to seniors. They go to their house because they can't afford food. So this is a way for us to say, you are welcome at this table.
Sure.
And I would appreciate if anybody, even someone who is running for mayor, whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's Jan, I don't care who it is, whether if it's John Clark, if they want to cater to every demographic in our city, they need to have that opportunity. And if we're having someone come in here to run a farmer's market, which again, I am for.
Mhm.
We need to cater to every demographic within our city and not just those who have money.
So my response to you is that everybody is welcome to any event unless it's a private event in our public parks, right? So you can rent a facility for your birthday party, and of course, I can't come crash it and start eating your food. An event like this, when it's a special event like this, it's usually open, like people can go to the park and go to the playground. You can't say, hey, get out of here, we have the park. Just the facilities that they rent from us. Anybody can go at any age for any race. Because to deny that is federally illegal, but also as a business plan, it's pretty silly. Obviously, you don't want to empty out anybody. And because somebody doesn't have money, doesn't mean they can't come experience the farmer's market. And sometimes at the end of the day, my experience from doing food shows for so long, at the end of the day, a lot of people already know, come around at the end of the day and you might get a little bit handouts for free because they don't want to load it back up. And a lot of people do know those tricks that I think you'd be surprised.
I know
the
those tricks
needs
very
there.
well.
Yeah, I know those tricks too. And so that's my thought on there. To Mr. Degenhardt's concern about oversight, that's what the parks were there. We did this with the KKYA, for example. We had a contract with them over years. We renewed every year. Did we have the power to make them give us the $5 every year? No, that only happened a couple of years in my 10 years there. But the oversights there. They have to come back every year, and that's what's going on here. Because of us shutting down in February because of the snow, and because everything's just kind of, bureaucracy is just slow. She can, within the law of our city, do this for 3 months. And why we all figure this out and move this forward. But in the end, this is a private business. She's doing an event. What we're saying is that she's asking for special permission to go beyond 3 months, because that's what the charter says. Anything more than 3 months, you have to get special permission. That goes through the Parks Board. It goes to you guys, but ultimately it comes back down to us for oversight. So a year from now, your contract should be from July, because she won't do it in June because we're doing the Jubilee. So from July to October, that's what the contract's going to be. Then she'll come to hopefully next January to renew for that year. And that would be from March to October. And hopefully she will.
I'd actually invite her to do it in June along with the Jubilee. I think that would.
No,
drive
what we're
even
going to do
more
is
foot
merge
traffic.
vendors. And I'll get to that here in a minute. That's on the agenda.
I was gonna say, I think that would actually be pretty good, but whatever.
She will take the day off, as she said, and just push all the vendors towards us. And so, yeah, we're gonna have a pretty big vendor between my list and Lori's list and her list and Beth's list. It's gonna be a pretty big list.
I like I said, I want this to go forward.
I don't. it's not a
And
single person having-
I've told you about this personally and privately. I want something like this, and it's because of our disadvantaged population that I do want something like this, because going to the store and buying something, typically it gets a little pricey, especially with inflation. So with that being said, yes, I do want this to go forward.
And that's how, government can get involved with private business, right? Is suggest, talk to them, not necessarily make it in the contract, make them do it or anything, or assume something, but just say, hey, you know what? Make sure that one of your vendors has EBT and put that big sign on that tent, and they'll see it.
Also, I think that we should wait until any ordinance is passed. That is my only, that's my sticking point, as well as, the disadvantage. We should wait until every ordinance is passed that would legally protect the city, protect her as well. And anything that we need to take a dive into. I think if we could wait a month, I would feel a lot better in my heart, knowing, number one, the city's protected. Number one, she is protected as well, because I don't want anything horrible to happen to anybody.
I mean, unless you can suggest an ordinance to me, we already have those in place. And for now, she, as a private citizen, can do this while we figure this out, making sure that everybody's protected. That's what this process is about. She did the right process. She's doing the event. She went to the Parks Board. It was just bureaucracy a little slow. She's waiting for the city with the contract, waiting for council guys on that. So that's the next couple of months. So the process, that is the ordinance in place to do things like this. So unless there's an ordinance, which I'm open to, that we're missing on this, to protect from all events, not just a farmer's market, but any event that we do, even the 75th birthday, I'm open to suggestions. But if you read it, it's pretty clear process. We want events. We try to make it as easy as possible. But if you're just going to have an event every month, the city wants to know after 3 months what's going on.
I think you're referring to ordinance number 669 and 666, where it comes out to rentals and everything like that, which is perfectly fine. Yeah, she's able to do it.
Yeah.
However, when it pertains to farmers markets specifically, there is no ordinance. There is no ordinance. I looked it up
No.
for almost a week.
It's an
There's no
event.
ordinance.
It's an event. That's what it is. Yeah, special event, just like this little piece of paper that was passed
Yeah,
around.
it's a special event, which again, ordinance 666 and 669 already cover. But when it comes down to a farmer's market specifically as a business, there is no ordinance.
I mean, you can call it a turkey. The business model is the same. And it doesn't matter if it's a farm, even if you label in ordinance, farmer's market, somebody would just call it something else.
I think
On
we're
Norfolk
getting
Park,
off
for
topic,
example,
Mr.
yeah.
Tavares, but I will say this. As I said, I did want it to go forward. I feel that we do need to wait for any ordinances that may or may not be missing. And I feel that it should wait a month. And I feel that if you could reach out to the business
Mhm.
and make sure that
Ms. Marshall?
there are at least 2, maybe 3 vendors who provide for the disadvantaged, I would be more than happy.
I think that's a brilliant idea, and I definitely will talk to her about that.
Thank you.
And we can maybe even compromise if we can't do that is, maybe, I know, Gary, you have a ton of food. So things like that, maybe a food bank connection, a coupon or something where they can go to a food bank. We have 3 in the town with a coupon or something. So that's worth exploring with Hannah for sure. Ultimately, it'd be up to her. She's the business owner. Mr. Mitchell, you called me up there. Did you have any questions?
Well, you answered my back on or no? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, now I can hear myself. I got to hear myself, you know what I'm saying? First off, I want to say thank you for overseeing this and bringing something to our city because we need something.
Yes, sir.
I mean, for years and years and years, we've tried every way in the world to get rid of business instead of promote business. So I want to say thank you and hats off to you for doing that. But my direction to staff would be to try to work with Miss Marshall, is that her name? And maybe Jeff, and see if we can put the things into place that need to be put into place to get this done by the date that she wants to do it. So that's my recommendation to staff. So whoever else wants to say whatever, that's up to them.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, my issue with it was just not having, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is that it was approved and without us having seen anything that you actually announced that park board approved this. And that's just not the case because you don't have the authority to approve that. So that's my issue with it, that it comes before us tonight. I want the farmer's market set aside. I want us to be able to work that out, but we've been put in a bad position. I would also like the attorney to speak as well. Because that's what needed, that's the order this needed to happen. If we had had this, even though February was, we were here February, we were here January. I know I talked to Hannah a couple of months ago and she asked me what my thoughts were about a farmer's market. I said, oh, I love farmer's markets. Send me an email and I will send it through and see what you need to do to get it going. The next chamber meeting, you're sitting across from me, introduced me to Hannah. She's going to be doing the farmer's market. And I said, oh, I love farmer's market. You know what? And then it's approved. It's happening on the 26th. We haven't heard anything about it. We just want to make sure that there's the right order to it for her and for us to get our financials. I don't know why Arlington isn't doing theirs anymore. I don't know if it's a financial decision. I personally think we can make it work. I would love to see us make it work, but I want it to work right for the city and for her and to be in the right order and for her to be protected, for the city to be protected. I don't know who the city coordinator is or will be. So that's extra, that's extra for her. I know that you're working as well. We definitely want these things to bubble up to us, but that it should have bubbled up to us without putting us in the position that we're in tonight. You have to make a decision for an event that's on the 26th. That's a problem. Between each other or between the park board and what's happened to council?
As far as I understand that the Parks Board has done contracts with people like KYA without well, at least without the first one, maybe the first one, that was before my time, the continuous one without approval from council. Now, if council wants to see all contracts coming up from Parks Board, that is y'all's prerogative. It is within the code. The precedence, since I can remember, it just wasn't the case with the Parks Board. Now, if you guys want to get involved, it's your purview. The code is very clear. You have the final say over everything.
Time out, because Parks Board is an advisory board. It's not a con. You don't have the authority to approve it.
We,
You don't have that, you can flesh it out, you can get the information, you guys can vet it. You can decide, yes, this looks like a great idea, and it goes up to council.
the Parks Board, the Parks Board controls everything aspects of the parks and events around the parks. So the process is to come to us first and say, yes, we are approving this contract. Now, all I'm saying was,
You don't approve anything.
all I'm saying is that where we are differing is the precedence that was before and what the law is. So there was a lot of leeway to EDC and Parks Board to do contracts, is my understanding. And if that's not the case, then I'm wrong, and I'll be the first one to admit that. But that's the assumption I have, because sitting in both Parks Board for a decade and these council chambers for a decade, I don't ever remember us saying approved the KYA contract, and then it was approved by council after. I don't have that memory. Of course, these a lot of 12 a year for 10 years is a lot, and so.
My memory's not that good.
But again, the code is very clear. If you guys want the contract and sign the contract and take all that, it's up to you. You guys have the
I don't
final
think
say.
It's about if we want, it. That's just the way it is.
Yes.
You can't hear me? Hello, I don't know if it's on. Rosie? Can y'all hear me okay? You can't? You can't, that's.
That's me.
It's just the way that it is. It's not a matter of what I want or what you want. The boards are advisory boards other than BOA, period. And it's an overreach of authority, which has happened in the past, and that's my concern. That's my concern. Okay, well, and I appreciate that. And I just don't like being put in the position for it to be on the 26th. And we have to sit up here and decide whether or not, because Hannah has done a lot of work. And this is nothing against the organizers. Hannah and Beth have done a great job. They're super enthusiastic, very, Energizer Bunny kind of people that you would want to do these events. That's not it at all. It's not about them. Hannah, if you're watching, you're doing a great job, and Beth too. And I don't want them to fail, and I don't want them to get, what'd you say? Upset and not do this, Yeah, I mean, they've put in a lot of work. The other question I have is it's called the Kennedale Farmers Market. So that would lead it to be a Kennedale, like, okay. So I would actually like Drew to answer these questions. Are we okay, as it stands today, are we okay for them to have the event on the 26th if there is with or without an ordinance?
I think if the city has an ordinance on the books that allows the event, I'll get to that one. Caveat is I haven't reviewed that ordinance. If the city has an ordinance on the books that would allow the event can happen. If there is no ordinance on the books that allows the event to happen, then I think you should wait until we have an ordinance that addresses everything.
Okay. Permit department, yes, on behalf of permit department.
Yeah, and yeah, yes, and
Okay. I'm
right.
gonna let interim city manager answer that.
So I appreciate the council and all have brought up some good things for all of us to consider. And that is why staff is proposing to do it as a trial run rather than starting out with a contract. So I do think there are going to be a lot of things that need to be addressed in a contract or in any memorandum of understanding or ordinance that might just regulate farmers markets in general. So what I'm hearing from the city attorney is that if we have regulations on the books now that would allow for a special event to happen that is similar to this, then that we can go forward. If not, council would like to see ordinances brought forward next month and have the event be held until those ordinances can be considered by council. Is that what I'm hearing?
Last part of it.
Is that if we do not have ordinances that would allow or regulate such an event, that you would want to hear those ordinances next month before scheduling such an event.
Fine, I'll use this thing. Anyways, just hopefully, I would be okay with that. If there are. Hello, hello, Clarice. Can y'all hear me? If there is, if, I'd be okay with what you said. Yeah, we'll just go with that. One other thing. Jan. The purpose and responsibilities of the park board. This board advises and formulates recommendations to the city council for the use, improvement, and growth of parks and recreational activities within the city. This board is also responsible for the development and implementation of community events. So Mr. Navarez is to a degree correct, just a FYI.
I appreciate everything he's done as far as developing community events. The order is what I have the issue of.
Any other comments by council?
I have just one more I just want to add, just to clarify. I just want to make sure that the authority that you're taking is not on the Parks Board, that it's provided up to us and we have the time frame to make decisions. I guess that's what I mean by the order. Just wanted to make sure I was very clear on that.
And I would just like to add, oh, go
I
ahead.
got something else to add on that. Jeff talked about in February where the Parks Board meeting was canceled by I think we had an ice storm or something like that. So in our reality, if this was brought up in February, we would be dealing with it last month and we would have had a month to get this all figured out before the event happened. So I just wanted to clarify that out.
Good point. I too am in favor of a community event such as this. I think it would be good. There's just a lot of things that we need to make sure as a city that we're covered, liability or whatever other issues may come up on the product. Jeff and Lindy, thank you for your comments and clarification on some items. New council and new administration. So that probably came into play too, as far as how things have been done in the past and all. I appreciate the good conversation and exchange between council. Leslie, do you have any closing comments or input? No? Okay, well then we'll move on then to the next work session item. And that's going to be number 2. Excuse me. Update regarding various Economic Development Corporation Board and/or community development items, including but not limited to 600 West Cannondale Parkway, potential reimbursement of the general fund for purchase of property, 13 about approximately 13.5 acres at the intersection of Gale and Linda, Town Center shopping area, and/or the pending purchase of the land related to Red's Roadhouse at 1170 East Kennedale Parkway. Ms. Galloway?
All right. Staff has provided an update about these various items in the packet. If council has any questions or wants me to cover anything, here to do that.
Okay, well,
you.
this item was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Joplin, so we'll start with you.
Thank you, Leslie. I appreciate all these updates. We have done quite a few things to the EDC, so it was, I just wanted to see where we were with these different items, and also give us a chance as council to talk amongst ourselves about it, because we can't talk about it, as a group unless we put it on the agenda. One of them was, excuse me, 600 Kennedale Parkway, which is at the intersection of Bowman and Kennedale Parkway. I believe this was changed to NV, Neighborhood Village, for 16 tiny homes. I believe it was going to be sold for about $5,000. It's EDC land, and that was the last I heard. I haven't seen anything happen, so I just asked for an update. And it looks like that the developer is not, or what it says is there was some interest shown, so I don't know if there was a contract in place or not when the zoning was changed. The land is still owned by the EDC. And staff is working on a plat that would dedicate right-of-ways related to Bowman, but it's not related to the proposed development. So that is a perfect place for retail, commercial. So I'm just wondering if, since the developer isn't planning on putting tiny homes there, which I'm thankful for, maybe we could look at that, relook at that and revisit it as a good retail commercial location. I know it's it's a small rectangular piece, so it'd really have to be looked carefully at, but I wasn't aware that anything had changed. No, as far as the developer isn't interested or. Yeah. I mean, is that normal though, that they go under contract and change the zoning and then they go away? What happens? Because the zoning's been changed for them to develop that.
I wouldn't say it's common for them to request a zoning change, be granted a zoning change, and then walk away. It's very common for there to be interest and then the property never to be purchased. If I had to guess, it probably would be linked to the departure of the former development director. Perhaps they had a relationship, and once he wasn't here, they didn't.
That's fair.
That would be my best guess. I don't have any information.
Any thoughts on because the current zoning is NV, the neighborhood village? Anyone have any thoughts on, or maybe I should ask Drew if that's something that we can do anything about, or does anyone even think? I would like to see it change back to commercial. I'd like to hear what everybody.
Was that a question for our city attorney or for the council?
Yeah, for council.
Okay, well, let's just go
For
down
me,
the
I
line.
wasn't for the townhomes or whatever they were supposed to be anyway. But I wasn't for that. I just really believe that that could be a gateway to our city down Bowman Springs Road for Arlington and people in that area off of 20 to come to a restaurant row or something to that effect, because right across the street, you have that little trailer park there. I know the guy that owns that personally, and he bought it for this exact reason, to be able to sell it for an investment. So I'm excited that they didn't come through with this. And I really think that we need to push that piece of property there. Because they kept saying, Melissa kept saying that it's too narrow, it's too narrow, it's too narrow. Well, there's a place in Joshua called the Biscuit Company or something like that. Those buildings are but they're just like that piece of property, long and narrow. And, it's packed, and it's all the way in Joshua. If it was in Kennedale, oh my goodness, there's no telling, we probably wouldn't have room to park. So, I think that we should be pushing that for commercial, restaurant pad sites on both sides of the road. That's what somebody in this city needs to be promoting, DC or somebody. But I think we have a great opportunity now to change that. We don't have to change the zoning right away. We just need to put it out there that it's for sale and then let the people come in and dictate what needs to be, the zoning needs to be for that commercial business of some sort. That's my theory on that.
I agree with Gary, but I think the zoning needs to change back to commercial. Because right now, there's talking about so I think that, you know, 3%, that would be a great restaurant row. It'd be a great start. Something we could try to get in there. It is a sweet spot. I put this how they in there, but I do think that we can change it back to commercial. Get it out of that.
I don't know. I'd have to look back. I know, I think there was a,
That was all right of way, right? We thought that.
yeah, there used to be trailers on those. I think it was mobile homes or
Definitely
whatever
need
would have
to
allowed.
Look at the rezoning that property. Because we could get the same thing we got going on there.
Okay. Councilmember Degenhart? Councilmember Connor?
Yes. Um, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing, can I get a Fuzzies or I don't know, El Chicos if they still have them, or
Staff can't make those promises, but
can
it
we
is,
get
it is my
something like
understanding.
that? I mean, I'll take a Freebirds, I'll take a Chipotle.
Okay, at this point, I understand that we
Yes,
would like to
commercial.
do a city-initiated rezoning to commercial.
It needs to go to commercial, but yeah, those are just some things. Oh, make one of them 24 hours too,
Okay.
because I
Okay.
stay up late.
Okay, so I think staff has their direction on that, the consensus of council. Let's move on to the next item that's on that list, the reimbursement to the water fund for land purchase on Linda Road. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, so I've been requesting this reimbursement for a while, once I found that the water fund was used for EDC land. And in September, the finance director at the time did confirm what I had found, that in fact, water fund money was used to purchase this land. And it was agreed that it would be repaid, or that was the direction that council gave at the time. I know now we're waiting for the staffing. The finance director left in December, the end of December, and there's been an audit. And so we're just waiting for the staffing now for the new finance director to come in and to speak to the auditors about that transfer. That's my understanding of that, correct, Leslie?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Does anyone have any questions on that? I'll just move on. Town Center Shopping Area, I asked for an update on that. We had given Mr. Hughes approval to refinance the contract. So I just wanted to see where he was. Leslie, you reached out to him.
Right, and he's come in and he's applied for the permits for that remodeling on 5 different spaces. And I believe they began the work back in December. I don't have an estimated completion date on when they'll be done, but
But he's moving forward.
he is moving forward, and Emory Grace is expanding something called Wally's Pickles has signed a lease. Not sure what that is yet, but Wally's Pickles. This is the information I have. So, let's see. Right, and then there are a couple others that are out, which I don't want to disclose those names because they're not finalized yet,
Okay.
but
Will we like them?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. And then also you mentioned that they're designing a new building 3
Oh,
for the
yes,
pad site
yes.
west of Chamber, south of the AT&T building. So they're continuing to
Right.
build out.
So that one is being built out to hopefully become a sit-down restaurant space with an outdoor patio. So
Good news.
more good news, right?
Yeah, very good news. Purchase of land related to Red's Roadhouse. So this one was Red's Roadhouse had a offer to buy the land for $275,000. And in the meantime, until they purchased it, they were leasing it for like, it started out very low at 1,200 and think it ended up 1,700, something like that. About $26,000, but that money was going to the EDC. They were on their 5th contract of renewing
Yes.
the lease. And we said, just buy it, take your option to buy and get it back on. The main purpose of that is to get the money back into the city coffer and not the EDC coffer. The money is about the same for the city, about $26,000, but just to put that in, like, if you were a business into how much you would have to sell, you would be the 16th highest sales tax revenue business in Kennedale for $26,000. So it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but it is. And it's also then the money for the school district as well. I think that's around 40,000 for them. So it will go to us once that's finalized. The update was, and this was back in June, that this was decided on and approved, and that Mr. Pennington committed to doing it. And there we've had some staffing issues, and that's taken a little bit longer, but now it's going to, it's in the closing process.
Right. The thing that delayed us the most was probably getting that survey done and everything. So now Drew and I are providing documents.
Yeah, and what really significantly delayed was we couldn't find the title company that did the original transaction 10 years ago. So I thought I had found one because they confirmed the file. The problem is that company was mistaken, and the company that did the original transaction 10 years ago should have the file. They sold to another title company, transferred the file, didn't tell anybody. That, I want to say there was another transfer. So we never found the title company that actually handled the transaction. So we started with a new one. That was a significant delay. So I've talked to Mr. Pennington's attorney. I don't think there's any issues on their side. I still haven't seen the survey, but my understanding, there's no issues with the survey, and it's just going to be a matter of getting the documents, satisfy the title company, and we can close.
Excellent. Thank you. Good news. Because that land actually is valued at $3.5 million, just FYI.
And it says items including but not limited to. So does any other council person have anything related to EDC items? Does council have any further comments on EDC items on this work session item? Okay, then we'll move on. Work session item number 3 is to update regarding the park dedication fund and discussion, if desired, of various potential projects for the use of these funds. I'm going to turn this over to Leslie.
There was some discussion last month of the park dedication fund and what the balance in that might be. And Debbie was kind enough to provide the council with that information. And we've put some information here in the staff report. The main purpose of this item is just to provide that information. Staff has not had a chance to, develop any suggested project list or anything. So we would just suggest allowing staff to work on that before we bring back any proposals.
Okay, and this item was requested by Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any comments?
I don't, so we'll postpone this.
That would be my suggestion.
Any further comments? No? Okay. Then let's move on to the next item. It's to discuss and consider offering staff direction regarding the budget, staffing, and/or program of services related to the Senior Citizen Center. I do have two people that signed up for this item to speak. I will call those up now at this time. Just a reminder that you have 3 minutes to speak. When you come to the podium, please state your name clearly and your address, and then begin your comments. And again, 3 minutes, please. First person is Miss Patty Perry. Okay. Your 3 minutes. That's, I know. Yeah, that's your 3 minutes. So thank you. You let one and you have to let them all. Okay. Thank you. Next person, Miss Gloria Price, and I will ask again to please respect this council chamber to 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. I appreciate it too. Okay, we have no other person signed up to speak. Whenever we had reopened the center, it was reopened and it was made very clear that we knew that the seniors needed to have that socializing again, because all during COVID, everybody was confined to their homes, but especially our seniors, they had no way. They had very limited ways to gather together. And I know my mom and I have another relative that attends that center and they love it. They love the bingo. It was very, very important that, they get out. I could see it personally on a personal level there. But it was made very clear that when we reopened, it was mainly to get people out to socialize again with their friends. There would be no meals served, and there would be no transportation at the time. And as far as programs, it was only going to be pretty much just the bingo or the dominoes for the guys. And everybody was just so happy. I know that time has went on and it just seems like forever and not much has improved. And I can tell you that a big reason why is because in December, we did lose our director, our library director. And I know that staff is currently, they performed a couple of interviews and they're not done with that. I'm hoping that we get someone hired soon for that. And once we get that key person in, then I would like to see us start progressing a little bit more into, more programs and the transportation. You ask what happened to the bus. I'm gonna let staff kind of talk about that in a moment. I want to start, since this is a work session, I want to start with Mayor Pro Tem and just let's go down the row and let you have some comments and we'll go from there.
Can you hear me? So, Patty, I do want to address, you're right. We did, when we originally had the conversation about the senior center, we did go around and we did vote for B. And the problem with that was it was out of order. And that's what happens when things get out of order. That was presented to us before we saw the budget. So the items that we saw, we didn't know the impact what that was to the budget. So we have to take everything into consideration and make sure that what we're doing is affordable for the whole. And so that was presented, and if it was presented today, if I got to choose what I want, that's what I would want. But then trying to make it fit into the budget was a different story. So hindsight being 2020, the budget should have been presented and then that, so that we would understand the impact on the budget. So I do apologize for that. I really do. I do apologize for that because I think it did get hopes up and let hopes down. So I do apologize for that. And our goal is we did know the director was going to leave and that affected everyone. And it looks to me like, and I don't know with the rental money, I don't know what that's about. And if we can find out what that's about.
I can definitely look into that. And Patty, if you want to sit down and have a meeting with me, I'd be happy to do so and we can discuss. Because this is the first I've heard of it.
Yeah,
It's probably a turnover issue with, like whoever had been processing that may not be with the organization anymore, but we can get it sorted.
So it looks like we have about $12,000 budgeted for food. And I do understand you need a director and what it looks like we're about to get at least a library director, and that'll at least add additional person to make some decisions over the senior center. And I'm really excited about that. So I would just ask for your patience for a little bit longer. And what month are we in? March? I would say maybe by summer, because next month's April. We're almost there. I know it's been slow, but it is open and our seniors can get together. So I do agree with the mayor on that was the goal, was to open it so that people could get together. And if they wanted to have activities and do puzzles, that they could go there and do that. And that's really all I have. I did notice, so we budgeted 48,000 and before it was at around the 50s and 58 and 60s, but that was because 60 and better was budgeted in that. And that actually is half. So 60 and better was 24,000. So half of that of the 12 was budgeted for the food items. And, but you are on our radar. I don't know what we can do about the doors being locked, the 9 to 2. Is the senior center, is that the actual time of the senior center, 9 to 2?
They're open 10:30 to 1, Monday through Friday.
So
They
the
used to be open longer hours, but they are not currently.
Okay. So the actual hours are 10:30 to 1.
Right. And staff does understand that, if there are still people playing dominoes and things, we tend to say, the doors are locked, we'll be at the library. So, that's up to the mayor.
That's all I have.
Let's go down the line. He's already had a 3 minute.
Well, I've been over there a lot and I've seen Patty there every day. And I thought she was paid staff. I had no idea that she just volunteers. So, wow, thank you so much for what you do over there. It's amazing. And I've seen the faces on the seniors when they do come on Wednesdays and they get to participate in bingo and to get to fellowship, and it's an amazing thing to watch. So I've been on Tuesdays and I've been on Mondays and I see hardly anybody there, just like she said, today's Tuesday and she was the only one there. So I feel like with some good direction, I mean, we need a director and I agree with Patty, we need a line cook. I think that we could make these things happen. I think we can fit them into the budget. We just need to revisit this. And I would like to know about the rental money, how much we have and what we currently use it for. Does it go toward the budget from the seniors or what do we do with it? Where does it go?
Well, that would be staff's recommendation. A former council directed that that money be directly remitted to the senior center board so that they could spend it as they see fit, which staff is not very comfortable with because it is public money and it should be running through the city. So staff would recommend that it would go into the senior center budget and perhaps allow them some, advisement on what that would be spent for, but I would prefer to have that back under the city's control.
I would like to see somebody that Patty, if she's the one that's there every day, that she could go directly to every day and say, this is what we're gonna cook, this is what we'd like to and have a little bit more authority to get those things done. I mean, if she's willing to donate her time like that, it would be amazing. And if we could change the hours to 9, is that what we need? To 9 o'clock? I mean, what is the problem with that? Or get her a key or something? Is there an issue with that?
Staffing. And that's why we have this item on as an action item to add another full-time person at the library to split their time between the library and the senior center. It would allow us to expand the hours. It would allow us to offer some more dedicated programming over there. As far as the cooking of, that would require us to have a kitchen that can be health inspected. We don't have the proper sinks. We don't have a proper warming trays and ovens that would be needed. That's a bigger investment, but it's, we do have this item on as a consideration to add another person between the two buildings. But at the same time, that's not budgeted. And I understand if the council's not comfortable making that decision until we get to budget time.
Well, I think we could make some small changes now to make it better for everybody. Just changing the hours would help, correct? I mean, yeah, I know.
No, I'm not comfortable with issuing keys to the public, but we can work on the hours. But what we have right now is a staff without a director running 2 facilities when they used to only run 1 facility. So I understand the desire to expand the hours. I can't tell you we can do that with staff in the building. Now, could we unlock the door earlier and check throughout the day? Yes, we can check on them throughout the extra hours, but I can't tell you I can put a staff person in that building any earlier or any later than we already have with the current staffing. We can set it to unlock and lock at any time we want. That's not the problem. The problem is having a facility open, unlocked to the public with no staff member inside. When it's locked, if they leave, the building is secured. If it's not locked, when the members decide that they're finished with Domino's or coffee or whatever, we have an unsecured building with no staff person inside of it. Rosie could
It
walk,
unlocks at 9:30.
right? Rosie can walk over there and physically unlock the door, but not permanently unlock it. The police department runs the key card system.
Patty, what I would say is everybody up here, I believe, wants to see the Senior Citizen Center open and functional and satisfactory to who uses it. So we're not gonna stop until we figure out a way to get it done for you. That's all I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna promise you that we're gonna stay on top of it, okay?
Mr. Michael?
I think the senior citizens is a key deal for our senior citizens because, you know, I grew up around senior citizens. We used to go to senior citizen buildings when I was 7, 8 years old. So I've always loved being around them. When I look back at this option B, some of it's just not practical, like a line cook. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, you know, we have a kitchen that's not suitable to run a commercial kitchen in. It doesn't have the 3 sinks that's required. It doesn't have stainless steel countertops, you know, numerous things. The grease trap system, the way the sewer runs to that building, it runs out the front. So there's no way that you can actually put a grease trap in there without rerouting the sewer to go out the backside of it. I know Meals on Wheels is trying to revamp how they're delivering food. And I know that y'all don't like Meals on Wheels. I understand that. But, you know, I'm willing to figure out anything it takes to open it up, get the hours going, and so everybody can enjoy, you know, their time at the senior citizen. You know, I've researched on other senior citizens, buildings through the DFW area. And I mean, a lot of them are not serving food. They're doing drinks and snacks like we do. They're still playing games, but a lot of them have fees that, you know, the members have to pay for, like, if they want to do an art class, there's an extra fee they have to pay for the art class. You know, we don't have that. If they want to do line dancing, there's an extra fee that they got to do for line dancing. And some of them only serve like 2 meals, and you have to pre-register for that meal, and it's every other Friday, and it costs you $5. You know, so, and they're struggling too. They're with 60 and better's no longer serving food, you know, so now they're relying on Meals on Wheels, which, like I said, I know y'all don't like that. I wouldn't like it myself, but I mean, I would like to keep revisiting this. I know staff is trying to hire a director and at least try to get the hours opened up. I mean, figure out a way to get it up. I mean, even if I have to go up there and open it up and sit there, I will do it. So, I mean, but I think we need to figure something because they deserve it. That's all I can say. Thank you.
And to that, staff has already begun conducting interviews for the library director. I feel like that we're on the right track here. We're getting there, and I do appreciate the patience. Patty, I do want to sit down and talk with you, so please let me know. I mean, you have my cell phone, so please let me know.
Councilmember Deaconhart?
It's hard to come behind what's already been said about. I've been down there a couple of times in recent weeks with Councilman Mitchell here, and I've got to meet you, Patty, and a lot of the people that enjoy the events there. This is something that I believe should be a priority. Seniors are our history. Most of them are from Kennedale, and they're also our future in some regards. 20, 30, 40 years, I'll be right there with you guys. So I recognize the importance of ensuring that we're able to meet the expectations of our citizens. I'd like to continue working with Gary and staff to figure out how we can better the hours, and looking forward to seeing what the new library director is able to bring to the table. And if it doesn't work out, we can always come back and come up with another solution. But I think for right now, we're taking steps, and we need to see them through. But I definitely look forward to continuing to work with you, Patty, and seeing where we can take this.
Councilmember Connor?
Wow. A lot of talk. Not enough action. As it relates to the library staff being in control and staffing our senior citizen center, I've been against that from the start. Most people in this city, or I'm sorry, select few people in this city would have you think that I am completely and totally 100% against the seniors and that I hate them with all of my guts. That's a lie. Full blown lie. The reason why it's a lie is because, as I sat here and said, I think it was when we were making this budget and when we were presented with all these, we all have grandmas and grandpas. We all have our elders to thank for who mold us. I wouldn't have said that if I said didn't believe that. It wasn't grandstanding. With that being said, I do understand why it was done. It was done to save money. However, our seniors are lacking activity and educational programming that were supposed to be provided with this budget. Ms. Joplin, I did want to turn your attention to the budget for this year, where it does say special services. It allotted $12,000 for food items and programming. You left that out, not just food items. However, I don't feel that's actually being put to use. With that also being stated, bingo and dominoes, they're not enough. They're not. We need real educational and real activity program that provide movement and mental exercises to our seniors. To be quite honest with you, I would be in favor of an accredited senior activity teacher or facility that we, the city, do have full control over, as the Senior Citizen Center is a city-owned property. I would not be in favor of giving any member of the public a key card or the keys to the building. I'm sorry about that. That's just my feelings. Because if you lose that for some reason or someone pulls it off of you, it could be used for malicious intent possibly, and I don't want to have to put that out there. That's the only reason I would probably be against it. With that being said, I'm the one actually who brought this forward. And the reason why is because recently in social media rantings and ravings, people have been saying some things and it's not very nice. I've been trying to combat those by actually giving out the truth. And that is what this budget is, the truth. So with that being said, I don't agree with the fact that only $12,000 was allotted for food programming. This option B for $59,000, I guess that we did choose. I do remember that. I'm not senile yet. With that being stated, this was supposed to give a part-time line cook, which, as Mr. Michaels and Mr. Mitchell have already said, it's kind of impossible to do so because kitchen's not up to code. However, what I would be in favor of, Miss Perry, I don't know you. You don't know me. We've never met. Hi, my name is James. Do you have any relation with the KISD culinary program at all? What do you think about personally? Okay. I would actually be in favor, if possible, if our culinary students at KISD could work some real world magic in providing meals and have Miss Perry step in as like a mentor or supervisor of sorts, if that's possible, so that they would know our seniors' dietary needs because I think that is something that we also need to look at. We just can't have, Meals on Wheels come around with their slop and just go, here you go, have a good day, yum, yum. That's not right. That's not right. So with that being said, because I do believe you do know most of their dietary needs, if not all, which is shocking. But I'd actually be in favor of like the culinary kids doing some real world, magic, putting it out there, having Ms. Perry come in with their dietary needs and say, hey, X person needs this, X person needs this, X person needs this. Don't put that in there that they're allergic to that. I would be in favor of something like that. That could possibly save anywhere between 15,000, that could save it says right here, $15,600 in possible savings from having to go get like meals and, have line cooks and all that. We have kids who want to cook. I say, let them do it. I know when I was 16 years old, I didn't want to cook.
Right. Once we have this director, the library director hired, then we can develop a new plan that's a little more sustainable than maybe what was presented last year.
For me, PB&J was great, but you know
Right.
what? That's not for them.
So I do appreciate the input. If there's anything else staff can answer at this time.
I wasn't finished, but thank you.
Weren't finished?
No,
I'm sorry.
far from finished.
Okay.
I have to sit here and endure this. I'm done. Seriously. Anyways, I would like to
Like
thank
he
you
was
for your
done.
time. I would like to thank you for your time over there with our seniors, because I do believe that they do need it. Actually, it's over there. Sorry. Because I feel they do need it. I feel that they
Yes.
need mental exercises. I feel that, they need a more robust program, and I feel that the library needs to stay away. I feel that the senior center needs its own staff, whether that be one full-time and possibly a part-time, I would be okay with. And I think that segues into the library thing that you were talking about earlier, which I do have a lot to discuss about that as well. Thank you.
Okay, and then I was going to follow up. I had sent an email to staff asking about the possibility of maybe using the transportation for the one-time event for the Tarrant County Senior Synergy. Because I know in the past, we were able to use our senior van for that. And we had a driver, I think Lorraine drove for that. Someone had said, I think that 60 and Better had chartered a bus. That is not true. That was not through 60 and Better. That was the city. That was the city's van that we have, for the seniors. So if staff could follow up and maybe see if that's a possibility. And if it is, then just get with Patty and Laura on
Will do.
that. Thank you. Okay, so staff is gonna check on the rental money and then the van and possibly hours. And also if Patty, if you could meet with Miss Leslie on that, and I appreciate all that you do too. And I will probably see you tomorrow, so. Okay, so is there any further comments on this workshop item? No? Okay, let's go on to the next item then, to discuss and consider offering staff direction regarding the timing of agenda packet distribution to the city council and the timing and procedure related to the agenda items requests made by members of the council. And I'm going to turn that over to Leslie.
And this item was requested by Councilmember Degenhart. The desire to see council packets distributed a full week before the meeting. And this is not particularly recommended by staff, and I've stated some reasons in the staff report, but I'm here for discussion and input from the council.
Councilmember Degenhart, let's start with you. Thank you.
So right now we get our packets approximately 4 days before our council meetings. And personally, I don't feel that that's enough time. 5 days would be kind of the bare minimum that I would like to see. But my reason for that is in recent history, we've had so many items on our agendas that require so much due diligence that there isn't time to fully vet them and do our part to bring ourselves up to speed and be knowledgeable about them. How long does it take you to prepare a packet, more or less?
Well, and that's, the part of the conversation I would like to have is I'm getting requests a week before. So I don't have the time to prepare all of these items appropriately.
I get it.
So, how long does it take me to prepare a packet? It depends on how many items there are. I mean, we work on it. We'll start work on the next one tomorrow at staff meeting.
And you've got to fully vet through
Right.
everything, do your due diligence. And so on my side, I know it takes you days and possibly weeks, you and staff to put everything together for us. But on our side, having such a short amount of time to fully digest and understand the nuances of each of these items, you're familiar with it because you had to go through the brain power and the headache of putting everything together. I would like to see packets distributed 5 days before. In the staff report, you gave us some timelines of other cities and kind of their distribution schedule. Grand Prairie is 4 days, Mesquite is 5 days, Hutchins, Ovilla are 4 days, Waxahachie's 3 days, Midlothian's 5 days. So with looking at some cities of similar size to us, I don't think that 5 days would be out of the norm of what's industry standard, if you will. Were you, when you were doing the survey of those cities, were you able to find out how much time their staff has to prepare for the agendas for, as far as addition, new item requests?
I didn't specifically ask that. A couple of them kind of provided some extra information, but, and this was a very informal survey. I
Of
mean,
course.
yes, I just
Yeah.
sent out, when do you send out packets? When are your agenda or when are your council meetings? So, most people are requesting a minimum of 1 week, but 10 days, I feel like is a little more appropriate. And honestly, what staff would like to see happen is for this process to work, that the council sends in a request for an update on something or a status report on something or some action on something. And then staff is allotted the latitude to decide if that report should be sent via email, if it should be an informal staff report, if it should go on the work session or as an action item, and that we would have a little more time to put together some things. What is happening right now is requests being sent in a week before the packet goes out and seconded. Well, let's say you second 2 or 3 items and you're not aware that 4 items have been seconded by Gary and, 5. I don't believe that there's an awareness of the
Because they're
bulk of
We can't.
items, right? Because you can't. So if you could allow staff to say, okay, this one will be easy to quickly pull together an update for this work session. But this one, I would be able to do a better job of if I had it until next month to prepare it. Some of these things are not time sensitive. So I would just like to be allotted a little more latitude to decide how to respond to these requests rather than it being a forced, put it on the next agenda. Because I'm not prepared for these items tonight. Not how I would like to be.
Let me ask you this, I know right now your sitting role is interim city manager and city secretary and
Director of Community Development.
something else, I'm sure.
Mom.
Library director, sort of.
Yeah.
So
Would it be helpful to have some part-time staff?
it would. I mean, and part-time staff would always be helpful. So,
Even if it were to specifically for packets or specifically for one thing or another?
right. I mean, it would be helpful to have, just some administrative assistance. But,
I would be opening to continuing the conversation on that.
I appreciate that.
Wouldn't necessarily need to be a city hire, but that's something that could be through a temporary staffing agency in the short term. until next steps are taken on the city manager front. Just to
Right.
help you out with your burden a little bit.
I appreciate that. And, you know, I don't know if the mayor, I don't want to put you on the spot, but, you know, typically these requests from council would filter through the mayor, who is meant to be setting this agenda. You know, the mayor doesn't have voting power. One of the biggest powers that mayoral role has is the setting of the agenda.
The setting of the agenda is, in conjunction with the city manager. And also, I have never seen so many requests before come through by council people. I know the reason why it was initiated and it was needed at that time, but this should also be the exception and not the rule. And lots of things can be handled, just a simple pick up the phone and say, hey, this is going on. Could we get an official update, or does this need to go on the agenda? And, she'll work with you and let you know her honest opinion on that. And then if you're not happy with it as a council member, you do have that ordinance or that resolution rather to fall back on and say, okay, I'm going to get a second on this request. And then, then we can proceed with that.
I think that some of the reason we have had so many council initiated agenda items may just be from a lack of communication and the fact that we don't know what's going on half the time. There's a Rotary meeting and we have council members that are learning of potential events and ongoings in the city, and things of that nature, which should be easy to communicate, aren't necessarily being communicated.
I'm sorry, what's that example alluding to?
Councilwoman Joplin, or was it the chamber meeting perhaps, not Rotary?
What was the event? Yes, what event were you made aware of at that Rotary meeting? Right. Right. Well, that's a mischaracterization of any conversation I had with Mr. Navarez, and you and I spoke yesterday. Right. But as far as the Parks Board passing that, I don't want to open that can of worms again, right? But
Granted.
that was just a situation in which the motion was not stated as it should have been, right? I didn't know to make you all aware of that. And so, and like this on the EDC updates, there was a request for 600 West Kennedale Parkway. And I mentioned to you yesterday, I didn't know that that was on anybody's radar because I was not involved in community development when there was any interest in that or when it was rezoned. So what I'm asking just as a professional courtesy is it would help me a lot. And I understand your desire to have the packet earlier. So I want to offer along with this request, but I'm going to request first. Okay. So I would like to request a minimum of 10 days for requesting agenda items for this current agenda. I would like for them to go through Mayor Rhodes. That should be the default, is to approach the mayor and say, this is a concern I have. What are your thoughts on it? And again, as she mentions, there's always the fallback of, asking for a second from a council member. So I would like to see that happen. And if we can do that, and then I would be happy to provide to you all a draft agenda, the 7 days. And maybe I misunderstood your request. If you meant 5 days rather than
1 week,
one.
five business
Okay.
days is what I was
Oh,
getting
so
at.
5 business days. So we're still at 7 days.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, calendar days, that's going to be 7, how the meeting falls.
Calendar days, that's fine.
Right.
5 calendar days, it gives
Right.
us one additional day.
Right. So I'd be
That's
happy to
reasonable.
provide a draft agenda at 7 calendar days out. And that way you know what's coming. You have a little heads up on what to prepare for, and then provide the agenda packet at the 5-day mark.
I'm okay with that.
Does that kind of work both ways. And I do recommend the other move of P and Z to after the council meeting, just so that those cases flow through the process a little slower than what they're going now, because I think that's some of the problems we're encountering.
I think you're right. If P and Z were to meet a week after us
Right.
or the following week, or even later in the week after,
Yeah, and that's
Thursday
how
instead of
it's
Tuesday.
been historically. It was changed by the previous director, and
I would give you more time as well.
I don't like it. Staff doesn't like it. It's too quick. Council doesn't like it. The public doesn't like it. So it's not serving anyone at the moment.
What steps need to be taken to realign the P and Z schedule?
Well, and I spoke via email to their chair because we didn't have a meeting this month, and I told him that I would like to bring forth a proposal to them to, move their regular meeting date. We'll just have to make sure there's no conflicts, and I'm sure there's some ordinance that we'll have to bring forward to perhaps change their regular meeting date. It may be outlined in the UDC, I'm not sure. But I'll handle it with the city attorney, but and we can work through that process, and maybe we find issues with that process too,
It's an ever evolving conversation.
right? So,
I think the intent on both of our parts is efficiency.
yes. And I want to be prepared for these meetings, and I know you all want to be
Yes.
prepared for these meetings.
Very much so.
So we're all on the same page.
Can I make a point of order just a little? Section 3.08 of the city charter, which went into effect October 1st, 2018. Regular meetings of the city council shall be routinely held at 7 PM on the third Tuesday of every month. However, here's the caveat. A work session may be included on the agenda at any regular meeting at such time as is convenient. In addition, the city council may hold work sessions at 7 PM on the first Monday of every month for discussion of the upcoming agenda items. I think that's a little more reasonable.
Sold.
So 2 meetings a month?
It's right there in the charter 3.08 city charter. Hello. Anyways, the date, with the occurrence of 3 city council members, the date or time of the routine regular meeting or work session may be moved to another date or time, or may be canceled altogether due to holidays, scheduling conflicts, or other necessary business reasons. So the first Monday of the month, we can have our little, work session to where we're talking for 5 hours so that these wonderful people just don't have to sit here and be like, oh my God, because my stomach is rumbling and it needs food. Number 2, with all of that information that our staff has gathered from that Monday meeting, they can come back on the third Tuesday and it should be like, boom, done, 2 hours in and out. I'm sold.
You've immediately doubled my workload.
I am so sorry.
I'm just telling you.
I truly am.
No, but you're,
I truly am sorry about that. That's, let's go back to staffing.
no.
I mean,
In most cities of this size, we would have a work session this month about an item to consider action on next month. We would meet one single time a month. I am not in favor of adding another nighttime meeting. And I'm standing up for myself right now and the rest of the staff. I don't want to spend another night up here until 10 o'clock discussing things.
Does it make sense to perhaps shift to the model that you just described with a work session one month and an action the next?
That's how it's meant to
Following.
work.
that's what I'm saying.
No, but you're saying 2 meetings a month. You're saying a work session the first week of the month.
That's what it says.
I know it says that, and that is in there because of Ms. Joplin, if I remember correctly. I mean, when we passed, we never had that in the code. Okay. Well,
Resolution number
it's a-
540.
yes. Right. It's a very recent addition.
Yeah.
And we've never utilized it.
I understand, but if not utilizing something like that would curtail longer meetings, I feel that something like that should be used, especially if it's already there. I mean, to have a work session item on the first Monday
I don't
of the
support it.
month.
Mr. Matthews,
Well, I'm sorry, but you really need to adhere to the rules. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate that a lot. I'm going to start down on this end. If you're done. Are you done? Okay, then you can hear comments from Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I think yours was the charter, not the resolution, right?
I believe that you're reading from a resolution.
I'm reading from the resolution.
Oh, resolution. Okay. so
What
it's a-
number is that?
It's section 3.08 of the city charter. This is according to the
charter.
resolution number 540.
540.
The
Okay,
charter,
Thank
the
you.
charter requires one meeting a month.
Yes.
So that's,
yeah,
that's that reference.
Okay.
It's a bad
Um,
reference, but yeah, it's right there.
My input is the other meetings, the other cities that were provided all have 2 meetings a month, including that 2 cities that aren't on here, Richland Hills, Azle. The only one that has one meeting a month is Ovila. I'm not saying that because I want to have 2 meetings a month. I'm just bringing that to the attention of,
Mhm.
as a piece of information. That they have 2 meetings. And I also agree these meetings are too long. And I also agree the reasons why a lot of why it's requested to put it on the agenda so that we can all talk about it. It's the only place, it's the only time where council has an opportunity to talk to each other about items. So that's why a lot of times it'll be requested to put on the agenda, just so in case we want to have a conversation about it, we can. I am okay with reducing the hours. It's now 10:15. We haven't even said the pledge. And doing my part in that and getting updates. I think once we get regular updates on information, because the majority of what I requested would normally would be in an update. And, and then if we wanted to add it, we could add it for conversation. But I'm okay with the 7-day and I'm okay with the 10-day on agenda items. And for me selfishly, I like the 1 a month. It's just for me selfishly. And if needed, we can add a work session because it may be at a time that we need a work session because there may be something going on where we need to talk about.
Yes, and
Yeah.
when staff finds reason for a special meeting or council finds reason for a special meeting, there are avenues to call that. And, we had 35 meetings last year, as you all know. So it happens. I don't want to get in a habit of requiring 2 meetings a month to process through everyday tasks. So I appreciate your input.
And also I would support a temporary help for you.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Oh, goodness. What could I add to that? So 5 days would be wonderful. And I would also support some extra help.
Thank you.
Councilmember Michaels?
I think a lot of, we got to look at is following the chain of command. I mean, we have anything that we want to add to an agenda should be sent to the mayor. I mean, not contacting Leslie and saying, hey, we want to add this. If we were to do that and go to Linda first, or the mayor, excuse me, and let her take that information to Leslie, and then that way, that's going to take the workload off of Leslie. And then we'll have a chain of command, because believe it or not, the city has a chain of command structure. And that's how it goes: city council, mayor, city manager, and then it branches off to the department heads, which I know we're lacking. I do support a little help for her to, get stuff accomplished. I guess I'm good for the 5 days, or just whatever's easier for you to get this stuff done. I mean, if you
it's not going to significantly affect me to move it. And maybe we move it up by a day and that's not enough. And then we can readjust it and
Right.
move it up more. But I mean, that's a start. It
Yeah,
gives you one
that's-
more business day to look it over and discuss with staff, because I know I think I've spoken with, well, I spoke with 3 of you today, 4 of you today. So I know that there needs to be maybe more time to have those discussions with staff. So that would give you the Friday and then the weekend to process it, and then Monday and Tuesday for follow-ups. And it may not prove to be enough still. And I understand that,
It's a step.
right? But I'm hoping that it will at least help us move in the right direction. But thank you,
I'm good.
You're good. Okay.
Send it.
Kenneth.
And I'm not sure, but did I hear something about 7 PM for a regular meeting?
Yes,
Should
it's still in
we-
there like that.
Okay, so, and that's by resolution, that can be reworded very easily.
It can. I noticed that
just
when
for
I put the packet
clarification.
together. Yes,
Yeah.
it still does say 7 PM.
Okay.
So, you know,
And that could be like a consent item, just to clarify wording, just kind of clean it up if we need that. Okay, any other comments on that item? Okay, let's move on. Number 6, discuss and consider offering staff direction regarding the application and interview process if desired for the 2 newly created advisory seats on the EDC Board of Directors. And Ms. Galloway.
we have received 1 application thus far. There are 2 advisory places. So staff would, propose that council set a deadline for any applicants, and, either next month or the following month, be prepared to do those interviews and if you need interviews, you may only have 2 applicants, or so. If we need interviews, then we could schedule those and then make the appointments during the regular meeting. So any input other than
Councilmember Connor, we'll start on this end now.
I'm good with the regular meeting on the 19th regarding any EDC.
Okay,
Works for me.
Mr. Michaels? Mr. Mitchell? Mayor Pro Tem?
April or May? Okay, yeah. We'll see how the applications go. I'll update you.
And I would just add on the application to be sure to include that we need some type of, I believe we need some type of proof of their property, that their claim, that, what is it, the property owner? Or is it the business owner? How is that worded?
It's worded as both, I think.
Yeah, I think
either
it's
business or
owns
property.
land or,
company.
yeah,
Okay.
business or property.
So some type of proof that they are indeed the property owner, because sometimes like, okay, for example, Iron Will, you don't have a name there. So who owns Iron Will,
Right.
so you would need to have that proof, point of proof for that. Any other comments? Okay. We're done with the work session. Yay. Wow, so where are we at on here? Let's go down to the invocation and pledges of allegiance. And I would ask if Councilmember Mitchell would do the invocation and Councilmember Michaels would lead us in the 2 pledges. Thank you. Would you please rise?
I might fall asleep on this one. Let's bow our heads. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to you today, Father. We just want to praise you and thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you that you're here amongst us, Father, because you say where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, that you're amongst us. So, Father, we ask you to take this meeting, take over, Father. Guide us, lead us, give us good direction, Father, for the city and our citizens, Father. Father, we thank you for the new recruits that signed up today, Father. We ask you to be with them and their family. We thank you for sending them to us, Lord. We ask you to be with all of our first responders and our citizens, Father, and we give you the glory and praise for it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Press flag. Pledge allegiance. Flag.
Okay, Visitor and Citizen Forum. We have one person that signed up for that. Just a reminder to please adhere to the 3-minute rule. And when you come to the podium, please state your name and your address. Mr. Eric Elam.
Development came in, thoroughbred racehorse. Term, ended up, plat from doing that I, 2 days ago. That was, not complete. Development, it states that when the plat submitted, it's got to be over. So it should have never been allowed. Go along with that. Zoning. Notarized. Highway is another way. Portion behind that from a village. And its application. Foundation. It's part of the whole ball road. Be able to do from the village. After so I'm suggesting that this about go further, no different than having a part-time. In other words, hopefully, notary. I don't think it was. Check. Of course, the state law affects. Did find a lot of other village I-2 chart, unified development code, states that on ground level, you gotta have special sections or variances. Requesting that kind of thing, that all the variances. Variances, not to have a retail on ground floor level. This, affected by the city, city's worried about legal fees, there's case law. Case law that supersedes anything.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, there are no other persons that signed up to speak during the visitor and citizen forum. So let's move on to reports, updates from the city council. We'll begin with Councilmember Degenhart.
Certainly. About 2 weeks ago, I met with our interim city manager, Chief Hull, Lieutenant King from the fire department, and to talk about our homeless problem that we have here up and down Business 287. It's come to my attention. I've been contacted by several citizens recently expressing concerns that it's how to put this. It's causing a drain on our community. And during that meeting, I found out that our fire department actually responds to calls at the bridge at 287 to the homeless camp several times a night, so every day of the week. From a financial impact and use of limited city resources, that discovery was it was astounding to me. Not only to mention that the environmental impact that's being caused up there from pollution into our creeks and streams. So as a result of that meeting, I asked staff to take a look at what ordinances we have in place that addresses homeless encampments and squatting on land, and also to look at some innovative ways that we could relocate them to where they could get help and shelter, but also perhaps look at putting a public trail through there, city park through there, perhaps realigning the use of the land that's just current forestry along the creek. And that was a great meeting with staff. I look forward to continuing the conversation. Of course, no action is at hand, as this is a very preliminary discussion. But it's definitely something that I'm aware of and I'm focusing on. So thank you and staff for your time.
It was a productive meeting.
Good. Councilmember Connor?
I went to a Rotary meeting, y'all. It's awesome. Had some excellent food there. Chef's Sonia. There you go. Chef Sonia. I don't know what she made, but I want that recipe again. But as far as that, I really don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Michaels?
A whole list of things that I attended, but I'm trying to make this as short as possible. So I just have one announcement. On April 16th, the Keep Kennedale Beautiful is going to be doing the Great American Cleanup in Kennedale. So put it on your calendar. Registration is going to be at the Town Center Park at 9 on the 16th. And I did attend with the mayor, the first meeting for the 75th Diamond Jubilee, and a couple of Rotary, no Rotary this time, but a couple of, well, yeah, had to leave, but that's okay. I did attend a couple of Chamber of Commerce events, and so. Next.
Councilmember Mitchell? And Mayor Pro Tem? Mhm. Yes.
Sorry about that. You can't hear me. Huh. Probably happy about that. No, I'd already had dinner, so I didn't get to have Sonia's food. I just had her dessert, but it looked amazing. There were a few other agenda items. I know you think that this was crazy, but there was actually agenda items that weren't on there that we're going to get, that will be coming up, step plans for the first responders, the civilians. Just an update as a reminder to us on the safe walks to schools, just to make sure we know where that's at. The proposal from Dunaway is discussed last month for the UDC and zoning updates, a public works infrastructure list, which I'd love to sit down with Joe and Lori and Leslie and talk to you guys about. And staffing updates as well. We got most of those. And then sprinkled on top, just citizens and business concerns ranging from parking to permit issues. I do think we're onto something really good, and we're at the verge of, getting people, staff in places and getting you some help. And I'm excited about that.
Okay, thank you. And I have nothing to report. Interim City Manager?
I'm going to cut mine as short as possible as well. The city is going to be providing some dumpsters in the city hall parking lot for bulky trash drop off for residents on April 23rd and 24th. We're working on the details for that, and we're going to have it on the website soon, but I think that's something that everybody always looks forward to.
Yes.
We are actively interviewing for library and finance director, and I believe we are getting close to being ready to have an offer go out for community development as well. So Other than that, I don't believe I have anything else tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finance reports?
Mayor, I have
Yes.
one more item
Yes.
that I neglected to mention. I met with Kennedale ISD Superintendent, Mr. G, last week to talk about the state of our schools and what his thoughts were on high-density multifamily development coming in, primarily from the perspective of the impact to our current school system. That ultimately, it was an opening communication between me and him, and I hope to be able to continue the relationship and dialogue. But I think it's incredibly important for our city council to have it in the back of our mind. The decisions that we make, not only do they affect the residents and neighbors around, specifically related to zoning changes, but they also impact our school districts. And I'm a father. I have a little one and I have another one on the way. And keeping in mind the impacts to our school district is something that I think that we need to work hand in hand with the district on. Ultimately, we'll do what we need to do for the ride of Kennedale. But opening that dialogue and communication, I think, is important.
Yes. Yeah, he and I have spoken as well in the past for the same kind of issues. Okay, finance reports.
We don't
Council-
have anything specific to point out this month. I did want to mention though, Jan and I talked, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem and I talked, and the CAFR will be presented next month. We went ahead, and because we have an acting finance director rather than a permanent, we applied for an extension through GFOA just to ensure that we get everything done in time. But we plan to present that next month, so that's why it's not on this agenda tonight.
Okay. Any questions on finance reports? No? Okay. And we've already addressed the next two items, the police and fire department swearing in ceremonies. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as is?
Motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
Motion by Councilmember Connor, second by Councilmember Michaels. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand for approval. Okay, all approved. Thank you. Items for individual consideration is discuss and consider the 75th anniversary Diamond Jubilee specifications and authorize an unbudgeted expenditure for up to $10,000 under the city council's budget. Ms. Galloway?
I've asked Mr. Navarez to join us. He's the Parks Board President, and as you all know, and what we are looking for here to fund is particularly the lights and sound associated with the performers and the headliner, and then Mr. Navarez can provide some additional details on that. If there we go.
Yay.
Yes.
Right. A million years ago.
Leslie's name needs added on that. You knew I was going to say that. She wasn't there, but she is on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
I'm sorry, guys. There we go. I'm very loud. I forget that there's people at home watching me.
Thank you.
Itinerary for the day would be a 9 a.m. parade. I've spoke to Chief about this and he's done the parades with us before. So we have a little dispute on timing, but the state's going to probably hopefully give us an hour and a half. We have a lot of parades. We'll push them as fast as we can. And I'll make sure that Chief and I are on the same page of where everybody goes for the parade. As far as who breaks off to city, who goes to the junior high to finish. If you don't see me at the opening ceremonies because it's 30 minutes longer, the chief arrested me and that's where I'm at. 10:30 or 11, depending on how we can migrate people over from the Parkway and behind the dollar store over to the main. We'll do an opening ceremony. We're hopefully going to do the park dedication for the new renaming of the stage. I did have a meeting with staff last week and Mr. Michaels and some of our new members of the Parks Board about what we wanted for the lighting and the backdrops, which we've been working on for months. I think we settled on an inexpensive way to do the branding of it just underneath the high risers. And I think it's going to look amazing. So I think you guys will hopefully have something in front of you next months. And coincidentally, the Historic Society also will be finished and done with mounting their little historical marker. They're waiting on me to send them a better DPI picture right now. Indeed. Indeed she is. To move forward, Tim Luis will be playing and then we'll do probably the pieing contest, the cornhole tournament, and then some music and headliner. Now, what we're asking for is because this is a community event, sponsored event. This isn't like me doing a side project. It was kicked down to the Parks Board. We've kicked it down to the event subcommittee so we can have a little more traction without a monthly meeting. The reason why we're asking so much, and this is actually probably 5,000 more than we asked in Art Park a decade ago, but things are more expensive nowadays, obviously. But to put it in perspective, a good headliner can cost anywhere from, a good one costs $5,000. Yeah, we can get a range of 3 to 5 of what's called a regional headliner. So that's people who have notoriety, and maybe they've been on one of the shows for music shows is normally how you can do that. But they cost money and they usually bring a pretty good crowd itself. And we will push this towards the night and have lights and make it a big thing, even though that's never really been successful for us before on events because Kennedale shuts down at dusk. But if we get the right headliner, they will bring a crowd outside of the city. And so that way it'll be worth the money. The sound guy just alone, and it's not just sound for the stage, but it's sound for the parade in the morning so we can have an MC and some music leading up to it. And I sent a copy to Leslie and I'm happy to send this to anybody on council. It's $31.72. That's the only firm bid I have from the sound engineer. Same sound engineer that I've used for Concert in the Park the last several years. And we used that one Christmas here where they put the satellite speakers to the back so everybody can hear. That's what we're going, and that's what the list is. It shows lighting, it shows staffing for him, 2 locations of sound, setting it all up, and the extended speakers so we can make sure everybody in the whole city can hear. Because we won't just be confined inside the park, we're going to spill over to the parking lots because we have Other things we need, forms and website, which Leslie and I are working on right now. To put forms on there for if you want to volunteer, here's the link, fill out the form, it emails the appropriate person. That's just to streamline everything and make sure everything's easy. Of course, we need a website so we can put sponsorship, and yes, we will be doing sponsorships. We're hoping to fundraise ourselves somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000. I'm guessing the carnival ride's gonna be a couple grand. I'm not sorry, I won't say carnival rides, carnival games. We're not spec for carnival rides here in this area. We can't do it, it's against code, but we can have carnival games. And so if we hire a company to do that, it's a few grand. We would also like to buy t-shirts up front and start selling them right away as a fundraiser as well. We can get We Bloom to print them for us at $5. We can sell them on the website, we can sell them up here at City Hall, or I was gonna approach the antique mall and see if somebody there would sell it up front as well as part of our fundraiser. So that's kind of where the money comes from. So if you break that down, we don't have to pay a headliner 5,000 up front. Generally, they don't really care until you get here and you can hand them a check. Some of them require half down. Sound engineer, they require half down so they can do the rental equipment of the equipment that we need for this special event. And that's kind of where the money comes from. If you guys approve $10,000, it doesn't mean we're going to spend it in the next month. But that gives us a good base as a spring forward for everything else we want to be. So if we want to fundraise and we're just a little low, well, at least we got the headliner covered. We at least got the sound, and that's the two minimum things we need to make this successful. I did change the Kennedal concert in the park page, which has, I want to say, over 600 followers already, to the Kennedal Diamond Jubilee 71st birthday. So if you guys would follow that, Leslie, I added you as administrator so you can do your thing. I'm also offering up Kennedal News to anybody who's on the board with us. It's at their disposal, whatever they need as well. So we'll get the word out. And between the mayor and Leslie going out to the community radio stations, we can get the word out with marketing as well. Basically, I would say the rest of that $10,000 budget will go to initial marketing efforts, getting banners and the t-shirts maybe. We are utilizing everybody in community. I did get confirmation that the Kendall ISD, even though it's June, that the marching band will be there. There was concern of the timing of that, and we totally understood this walking through. We've asked the PTOs if they could represent the individual schools to do the parade itself, have something in there. But Brandy is on our board. She is, the superintendent's right-hand person, and so we do have that communication between the schools. It was a little scary that weren't about to get the Kennedal band because they scatter and seniors graduate and some of them have to go to college sooner. But I believe Mr. Oakties was going to put out to alumni as well. If an alumni wants to come, then they can do that as well. As far as the parade goes, pretty straightforward. We'll have a mayoral float. So past mayors that are still alive and still around, some of them have moved. We'll offer them an opportunity to ride with the Historic Society in their old time cars, basically. And I was just talking to Ms. Sargent earlier about a Juneteenth float in here, and possibly her putting off her parade for 1 year, and that would help her next year for her parade. That way we're not overlapping. We're going to need some city staff, so some overtime is going to need to be approved, which is usually never an issue. I'm sure Joe will do it, and she'll let you approve it. That's just a couple people on staff to make sure that the garbage cans are being emptied. If we need to move a table, I know 1 year we blew a transformer and we had to cut the gate over here by the senior center out just to bring in a generator in, which we're not going to get a generator. But things like that. If we didn't have big staff guys, I don't think I could pull that generator like they did. And then you continue prayers for this because this is a huge deal. It's our 75th birthday. It's going to be the biggest event that we've done, which was your command on it. Let's go bigger than 50. This will be the biggest event I've done. I've done big events as well. That's it in a nutshell. I'm happy next month to come back when we firm up our different tiers for the sponsorship and all the different plans, and a little bit more on how much everything's going to cost. I'll do a full presentation for you on that. For now, it's go big or go home. I'm asking for up to $10,000. It'd be a great start. Let's move forward on this. Is there questions?
I was just going to ask if you could please email that PowerPoint to Leslie so that she could share it with the council.
Absolutely.
I think that has some really good information on there. And then also, I know that whenever you sent out the initial call out to people that were interested, Council Member Michaels and myself showed up, but it's open to any
Yes.
council person. Just keep in mind that if you attend, we need to post a a notice.
And that's why,
Because if- in
part of the
case
reason
we have a
why we
quorum.
kicked it down to the event subcommittee. So
Yeah.
that way you guys can participate if you want to. And if you still want to participate, but you don't want to help plan, we need volunteers for the day of, like a couple hours here at this table, a couple hours there, and you'll get a cool t-shirt out of it.
And then the other concern or, item that we kind of talked about was, I know Leslie's going to do, well, it may coordinate with that. I don't know, the donation page. Because all monies need to go through the city since it's a city event. So that there's accountability, the ins and outs of that. And then
Sure.
also, I know you mentioned the school bands. Also, Leslie and I talked about the art contest.
Mhm.
So I don't know if the art teachers. is
What
gonna
I
reach
did
out for
was I
that.
had Randy reach out and we're gonna see if we can, before the school end, that the students will give us some. If not, what we're gonna do is the month of June leading up to the event is we'll probably decorate art in this building and maybe the library. Some of the ideas that we're kicking around is the student art. We can hang it around here or hang it over the library if there's no event going next door for that month. Just for presentation, we're also talking to the Mansfield Art and Association, where they will bring some of their hot little frames and actually put it in y'all's offices, staff's offices for that month as well. So we definitely want to plan moving up. I've talked to Historic Society. If they can put something together, they're going to present something historical in the city hall leading up as well. It's just a matter of making sure we're timing everything, we're pulling everything together.
And also when we're talking about the schools, we don't need to forget that we have two schools, the KISD and then Fellowship
I
Academy.
talked to Fellowship, and what we use Fellowship for is, and then we're just checking because it's getting us out of school, as opening ceremonies. They do an amazing drum line. You saw it last year for Concert Park. I can't say no to that. I think that's perfect for them. And I'm pretty involved with Fellowship to make sure that I'm trying to get them more involved, community, and to remind people
Yes.
there is another school in the
Yes.
community, and
Right.
we utilize them. Absolutely. I guess the
Very
only other thing I want
good.
to talk about is the alcohol, because that would be.
That's
warning.
a separate item.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay, we can talk about that. Okay.
the next one,
Yeah.
yeah. So, yes.
So you mentioned corporate sponsorship. Do you have a list of benefits for, because I've actually reached out to a couple people,
Mhm.
they're interested in hearing, hearing about it. So do you have something you can provide that what the benefits might be as far as, do they get a place in the parade or what?
Not as of yet. We are working on like a platinum, gold, silver type of sponsorship. And that's what we're trying to do, is figure out the value. Like a platinum sponsorship could be like a one company thing. We plaster their brand all over the place. We make sure we shout out to them all throughout the day. Kennedale News posts and so on. So that's what we're trying to do, is bring all the different things that we could give them value, put a price on it, and then start selling it.
Perfect. If
Yeah.
you can get that information to us as soon as possible. I requested a list from the chamber, and I also have a list myself of people that I'm going to be reaching out to. But if I had that, I'd like to go ahead and get some sort of a commitment that, yeah, they're interested. Are there current pending expenses?
Not out as of yet, because we're still in the preliminary stages
Okay.
of planning. I would say the initial expenses would be the t-shirts, the initial sales to do a little bit more fundraising. And really, that's just to get the word out that this is happening and it's happening soon.
And if the $10,000, because it's, it's not budgeted, so we're at, and this is a wonderful thing. I'm super excited about
Sure.
it. If we were to bring in corporate sponsorship above the 10,000, then it would just not be used. Is that how that would work?
No, we would try to utilize all we can.
I
And-
think she meant the 10,000.
Of,
Yeah, the
we'll use,
10,000.
let's say the 10,000 you guys offer, it would be a expense. We're gonna spend every penny of that. Anything more, we'll cover anything more that we can cover. Anything left, I'm open to discussions, but we're having preliminary discussions about spreading that around to the different food banks this time, since it's a community event. Because we will be doing, Concert in the Park, we're merging it this year, so we're requesting, people bring their canned goods and things. Now, somebody like Mr. Mitchell's food bank doesn't need a lot of canned goods, unlike Miss Cotton's and the Mission Store. So maybe a little bit bigger check for his thing. And that's kind of the initial discussion. I will have that discussion later once we figure out budget and things like that, because I don't know how much the carnival rides could cost for a day. That could be $4 or $5 grand. That could take up all the sponsorship. Anything left over, that we'll make sure that we either disseminate it, but I did want to have the discussion that this is kind of like a test case for merging, moving forward on what we're doing next year, which is trying to bring back a brickworks type of scenario. And that's going to take an initial budget to do rebranding and marketing, things like that. So I do want to have discussion, maybe cutting out a little bit less over so we can have something to start that event last week. But in the end, if we're going to merge with Constant Park, the whole idea of that is the food. And since this is a big citywide event with everybody involved, I want to involve all three this time that I know of, the food banks. That's my idea.
I would just my recommendation is if we're able to go out, sorry, it's getting late,
Yes, ma'am.
individually and bring in, quite a bit of corporate sponsorship and we don't need that, I would just say, not to use it in the budget myself because it's unbudgeted.
Sure.
So that's at anything above that, yes. If we have extra, absolutely. But if it's, we bring in, quite a bit and we don't have to use it, I would just say not use it.
I'm telling you right now, if we fundraise 20 grand and it costs me 16, y'all can have a 10 grand net. What this will give us is just that safety blanket to make, so we can just move forward and be like, that's taken care of.
No.
Let's take care of this. And I'm happy to not spend.
Yeah,
the city.
I get that. I get that, you're going to need a base. But if we can provide more than that, then I'd like to not spend this.
And one more thing I'd like to offer, like you were asking for the PowerPoint, we do have a Google Drive, which will have all the subfolders and all of our information. I'm happy to open that up to you guys, to your Gmail accounts, where you can see what's going on, the budgeting, marketing, what we're doing. It'll be viewable. You won't be able to edit, but you'll at least be able to look and see. And I'm happy to do that. Most of you know how to get in contact with me. Just send me your Gmail. That's the Google Drive.
Thank you. This is super cool.
Oh, thank you guys for throwing on us. Again, this is sublime for me. Okay, this is a pretty big deal. Like if I mess this up, I could never do an event in this town again. I mean, that's how big it is. And I'm super excited about it. And it is good in hands. I've done huge events, Colonial for a decade. I've done Concert in the Park, Art in the Park. This is just kind of what I'd like to do. So it's going to be good, but I can't do it without those 20 people. Like I have an amazing, amazing group.
Councilmember Mitchell? you
I
have
think
any?
you'll do great. Don't worry about that. I
Thank you,
think it's a
Mr.
wonderful idea. It's a great thing for our city. I'm like Jan about the $10,000, unbudgeted money. Here we are trying to figure out anything that we can do for the seniors and we can't seem to do that, but we can find this. But anyway, that's beside the point. But I do have a legal question and we may not be able to answer it tonight, but what about the park fund dedication money that's in there?
Leslie and I have been looking into
So
that. She's been looking
that's-
hard into that.
That's where and I'm like Jan, I have a lot of business owners in this community that I know personally that would love to probably get involved in this. So, and I think we can raise way more than that just on initial phone calls. But I would like to look into that just in case we need more money. And then I'm not against budgeting this if it comes down to it and we just don't have the sponsorship or we can't use the park dedication money, then I'm not against this. So that's my take on it.
It's our 75th, like you understand, Mr. Mitchell. It's a big deal. And I get where you're coming from about the seniors. I'm with you on that. It's a one time. Well, next time we'll do that for the 100th. And I think you understand that.
Councilmember Michaels?
I think the only thing I'd like to add is if I know headliners, local headliners, what, about 4,000, 5,000?
Local,
Yeah,
around 800.
around 800.
And we'll have a couple
Well,
of
I mean,
those.
but I'm talking like somebody here on the radio.
So that would be a regional headliner. Yes. And that's about
Right.
$5 grand.
Okay.
It's anywhere from 3 to 5, depending on whom it is.
I mean, I'm kind of like you. I want to make this thing huge.
Yeah.
The bigger, the better. And I'm kind of with everybody else. If we can get the sponsorship, then let's use that money
Yes, sir.
instead of using city money. But, if using the city money might make the event bigger with a bigger headliner, hey, I'm for that too. So it's,
And put it in perspective, if we get somebody like, let's say, Air, Wind and Fire, right? Which is, I think we all who know who that is. They're 10 grand.
right.
I mean, just to put it in perspective, that's somebody who's infamous. They'll do it one time. They do it all the time in Fort Worth. So that's why I made them examples. That's the step up after that. We're just taking
Right.
that one step
I mean, I know
down.
we don't want to go that big.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Well, I
just
don't know,
big
that'd be
enough to
kinda
where
cool.
we can get, well,
Right.
it's big enough that we can get people to come to Kennedale.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the thing that we're focusing at is to get the citizens involved, get the people that moved from Kennedale years ago to come
Mhm.
back to Kennedale and see this great event that's going to happen. So I mean, I'm all for it. Of course, I mean, I'm going to volunteer my time
Yeah.
and do whatever it takes to make this thing a success. So.
I do want to point out the last time, maybe the time before we did concert, we did a little survey. The city did a little survey out here. Yeah, it was 2 years ago.
Well,
You and I were
before
talking about
COVID.
this. Mhm. And the survey that they did, they found out that about 58% people that were walking through were not even living in the city. And that's just concert in the park. So this could be
Yeah.
huge. This is a huge, huge thing.
Councilmember Degenhardt?
Love the idea. Like Councilmember Mitchell and Joplin, the budget is my one concern on it. We're at 75th anniversary. We definitely need to celebrate it.
Yes, sir.
But if we can fund it outside of the city budget, that would be ideal.
I think normally on a normal year, a concert in the park raises $2,000 up front. To put it in perspective, and this is way smaller than what we're trying to do here.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
no,
Art in the Park, the city gave us 5 and we raised about 5 to do Art in the Park properly. And that was a 3-day event.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I appreciate your time and the time and dedication of everyone that's helping out with this endeavor.
That means you're gonna be in a float.
Of course.
Councilmember Connor?
Like Councilman Degerhart here, I am worried about the budget. And like Mr. Mitchell, I am worried about our, $10,000 for a party or for a celebration, which is needed. But we can't find money for our seniors. So it is unbudgeted. I would like to see corporate sponsorship absolutely before any city funds are used. But I am for this.
I want to assure council that we will fundraise like crazy. I have Beth and she is the best at doing this and she has a good group with her. But there is a line item for this kind of thing. If you look at your budget, you'll see that there's 10,000, 5,000, 10,000 somewhere there
Special events, it's
for 5013C for the Art in the Park,
Yes.
which is just sitting there because that 5013C doesn't exist. Liz and I were looking at it as well. So the line item is kind of separate there. All you need to make it legal to move it around, basically. I'll just put it that way.
So my understanding is that the ultimate goal is to get as much as we possibly can through sponsorships and other donations. But then we'll have this as a backup and just as a base to get started, so we can go ahead and start purchasing T-shirts and other marketing materials and advertising and reserving artists.
Yeah, radio, if we do something radio, they usually $1 to $2,000 to do something like for the whole month where their 6 o'clock guys always pushing it and they'll get the mayor on or me to talk about it. We can really talk it up. It's just give us a budget and we'll work it out. I'm very stingy. How's that?
Good.
Any other questions, Jeff? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to open up the floor for a motion.
Motion to authorize an unbudgeted expenditure of up to $10,000 under the city council's budget for the 75th annual or 75th anniversary Diamond Jubilee.
Yeah, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Michaels. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, all voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yes. Okay, then the next item is to discuss and consider authorizing the sale of alcoholic beverages to include beer and or wine at the city-sponsored 75th Anniversary Diamond Jubilee to be held on Saturday, June 25th, in and around Town Center Park. Ms. Galloway.
We have offered the opportunity to vendors to sell beer and wine in the past, I believe at Art in the Park. if I remember Correctly. It helps to, broaden the audience that might attend, and we would like for the council to consider allowing that this time. Jeff, do you have a presentation on this item?
I can talk about it because I did Art in the Park and then
Okay.
I'm just kind of, talk about it. So if we reach out to somebody like Coors or some of our ideas was a microbrew around here. And we even have the first Vietnam whiskey in the United States distillery right here in Kennedale. Yeah, you don't like it. But these are the options we can explore. We don't have to get crazy about it, just simple beer and wine. We don't have to necessarily do the liquor or things like that. I just think that would be, because they're local, that's would be a good idea. We've never had an issue in the past, and I'm sure the chief will back me up on this, and he's been here long enough. Of alcohol or somebody, being too much drink or on the way home drinking and driving. We've got to have an issue. Doesn't mean we won't, but in this town, it has never been an issue. Now, as far the fact that we do need the alcohol sales, it's a big deal. I mean, it's a big thing. We're gonna invite pretty much most of town. And if we get a headliner that's just kind of go hands in hand, when you get a regional headliner of that, no, we can sell Coors, get Coors to sponsor it. They'll sell it on our behalf. I believe that goes into our coffers as well. They set up the TABC lines. The other thing I want to request is in this parking lot right behind here, there's the little stretch of grass right here behind the AT&T fiber building. That's where we're gonna put the cornhole tournament, and those boys like to have a beer while they do the cornhole. So we would like to section that off a TBC area as well. In the past, we've kind of said, hey, keep it down, guys. You can't really do that in the park, even with Constable Park. Don't make it public that you brought wine because it's actually against the law and it's against the rules. But this time we want to make sure it's right. We want to make sure it's public. So we are asking you to allow us. We'll explore it to you. I'll come back to you guys and explain the situation. I'm hoping we can get a core sponsorship and just let them deal with it, basically.
I'm going to go ahead and just let it be known really quickly that I am a non-drinker. I don't drink. I therefore don't think something like this should be at a Diamond Jubilee or any kind of a celebration in which the city is participating in. So I'm out on this one.
So in the past, we've had it to where you couldn't have it in the park, I believe. So we'll put a tent over the food vendor area so people have shade. And then usually the drinkers will stay out there and watch the concert because they get a good view.
Again, I'm still a non-drinker. I don't like alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. It stays far away from me. So.
Okay, Councilmember Degenhart.
This is a hard one for me. And the primary reason it's a hard one is because we have rules in place that say no alcohol in the park unless the city of Kennedale decides that we want alcohol in the park.
That's correct.
And from a double standard perspective, I don't like that. From a practicality perspective and a draw of people to this event, I'm pragmatic. I get it. Probably needs to happen, but I say that with reservation.
I can assure council too that the children's area will be separate. Like we try to keep it, as pure as we can.
Appreciate
And
that.
there'll only be two sections where people will be allowed to drink. One is right behind us in this building, and one is right behind us on this side of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Michaels.
I know in the past that we've done alcohol sales, and I think it's a good deal. And if we are pushing, for a bigger headliner, those people want to drink. And that's what's going to bring them in. If they hear of an event on the radio or however we advertise, and a lot of times the first question out of their mouth is, there going to be alcohol there? And that's how Chisholm Trail down at the stockyard was so big, is because mainly the alcohol sales. So, I mean, I'm for it. I know we restrict the area where people can drink, and I don't think there's ever been an issue
No, sir.
with anybody being overserved. And because that all falls back under Coors or whoever the servers and stuff like that are. So, I mean, I'm kind of for it, but I mean, I don't see any problem. We've done it before. We can do it now.
Councilmember Mitchell.
I'm not a drinker either. I used to be, but the Lord delivered me from that nonsense. But besides that, I think it's probably needed on this case. But security is my request. I mean, I'd like to see the police presence everywhere.
Absolutely.
That will deter anybody from doing anything too silly. So as long as we got plenty of police officers there, I'd be for it.
And I've talked to the chief of the fire department about asking him to on that day, have an ambulance stationed here instead of the firehouse. They can go do their calls from here basically, but keep it nearby here in the police department's police station as well. And then some of my staff are nurses. So some of our volunteers are nurses.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Same thing for me. I don't drink. Delivered from it about 23, 24 years ago. Very
Yeah.
thankful. Thank you, Lord. But I do know that people go to these events, and when I did drink, I'd go to these events and I'd want to have a beer. So I do think that it's, especially this kind of an event, this, all day long and having it sectioned off. Although I'm not a drinker, and as long as it is, you think it can be sectioned off, and I agree that we just need to have an oversight of it. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with people that drink. I used to join them, but I don't have a problem with it. The party festivity. And it'll bring in some income for us as well, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, then we're hoping, I mean, alcohol sales is pretty big. T-shirts, memorabilia, that's pretty big on any event. Especially alcohol sales, that you can make.
Not get too crazy.
That's a perception until you go to a concert and look around or spend it yourself. The TABC guidelines are very clear about roping things off and where things can't. We will station volunteers where volunteers for that day come in to ensure that people are not crossing that boundary with a drink in hand. Could it happen? Will it might happen? Could somebody just walk in the parking lot with their whiskey and come sit down and nobody noticed? Yeah, it's very possible. But of course, with a couple thousand people there, and that's probably at once, I'm thinking, we will definitely request more police presence that day.
Yeah, that could happen anyway, but I'd like to get your opinion on it.
Well, I could go either way. Now, my experience with that is the city of Lake Worth. We had at that time, a very reserved council. And I know y'all have heard me talk before about the rodeo event that was held there. They were allowed to do this, the beer sales, and it was fine. It didn't turn, ugly or anything. There was, as far as I know, there was no incidents or anything that occurred from it, and people had a nice time. So they don't do the rodeo anymore though, but that's my experience with it. It was that one incident, whenever I was employed there. So it's council's desire.
Can I add one
Yeah,
thing?
Sure.
What about like porta potties? Is that already arranged? I mean, you got that lined out because you're gonna have to have lots of them, it sounds like.
Yes, normally I get Mr. Taylor to have his company sponsor the porta potties instead of giving us cash for Council Park. We will get sponsors to cover all that too, and we'll put them usually behind the food area, just right here in this parking lot right. But of course, on a Saturday, the library will be open, so the front bathrooms will be open there, and the police station is 24 hours. They're the front doors. The bathrooms is accessible 24 hours a day as well. And it's possible we might, if we're doing the art thing, we might have the gallery just open to the public. Again, we'll just station volunteers to ensure that, property is being respected and there's not a million people partying in here, basically.
Mayor, one more question.
Yes, sir.
What about a first aid station? I know
We
you mentioned
will-
having the ambulance close by, but I think first aid stations can be pretty important.
We will have a courtesy tent, which is the senior center. That's there for our volunteers to get some water and things like that, but also our vendors, if they need to go snack or just walk away from their shops, our volunteers will go watch their tents, and that's how it normally. Yeah. So we'll have a first aid in. Again, I have several nurses that will be, Becky, for example, she's a nurse.
Okay.
And Lucretia Johnson, she said that she'll come and help too, so she's a nurse as well.
So the senior center will be the courtesy tent?
That's the courtesy tent, and that's where we get the music, the bands, I'm sorry, to come over and start unloading. And because it's so June, it will be a little bit warm, so we will use it as a cooling station as well. Mr. Mitchell, we're gonna get a lot of water like we did last time, but yep, and I already spoke earlier today to the gas station over here about ice. He's always done it in Art Park. We just get a golf cart, go over there, and he counts 1, 2, 3. He doesn't charge us until we go square up with him. So we'll make sure we have all that. I want to make sure we have plenty of water that's available to anybody for overheating. Now, I don't expect it to be too bad. late June is not as bad as early July, believe it or not, on events around here.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Navarez? No? Thank you. Appreciate it. Leslie, you have anything additional to add?
No, just appreciate it.
Okay, then I'd open up the floor for a motion.
I make a motion to approve the sale of alcoholic beverages at the 75th anniversary Diamond Jubilee.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote with a show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. Motion passes with a 4-1 vote with Councilmember Connor voting against. Next item is to consider authorizing the addition of one full-time staff member at the library and the conversion of a part-time role for a Public Works Administrative Assistant to a full-time role. Ms. Galloway?
Mayor and council, as your staff report shows, we have a request from Mr. Joe Walsh, our Public Works Director, to convert what is currently a part-time administrative assistant to a full-time role. That is unbudgeted. So we are bringing it to you now as an option before we get to the budget for next fiscal year. And it would be included in any amendment that might come forward to you if approved. The other portion of the staff report is requesting one additional full-time staff member at the library in an effort to expand our services to the senior center. It's my understanding from the conversation earlier tonight that we do have a desire to expand those services, but I do understand if we want to wait until we have a library director on board to decide, what is necessary as far as staffing over there. So the priority tonight, I think, is the administrative assistant conversion. So.
Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem? Sure. Good evening. Almost good morning. Could you turn your mic on? Joe, could you please turn on your mic? Sorry, some people can't hear. Thank you.
That's never been a problem in my life, believe me. But
Thanks.
it's basically to bring that department to a full, where the phones are covered 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So sure would appreciate your consideration on it. Do you have any questions for me?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do you have any comments, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay.
One of our biggest areas that we need to get our arms around. And it's a big chore, just even putting together, working with you and putting together a project list and Leslie. Because it sounds easy, but we have different projects and the status of them, the funding of them, and then keeping that up to date. And so that not only we have it, but our citizens have access to it as well. I think is really, really important that we know what the status of it on projects, like Third Street. That was a huge, huge project and I didn't even know what was going on, so I'm in favor of this. I know it is unbudgeted, But I do think that it is super important. You know, our public works and planning are, in my opinion, are two of the most important areas that we need to tackle.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mitchell. Okay, Councilmember Michaels.
Well, my question is I don't understand why this is even brought forward to us. Seems like something that the interim city manager could have made this decision. And I know the public works is short-staffed. I know the library is short-staffed. So there's money to cover anybody that we get hired, so.
From a sustainability standpoint, though, that would be a recurring cost every year and it is not budgeted. So I would prefer to have it approved rather than just go out on my own on that one, but I appreciate it.
And she does. And she did prepare numbers if you're interested in knowing, those budgetary numbers. Councilmember Dagenhart?
I would like to know those budgetary numbers if you have them.
It's going to be an increase of $25,000 to include all benefits provided.
Is that for both Public Works and library, or,
That is for the public works position alone.
and what about the library?
Well, on library, it is $51,500, which is another reason I'm not comfortable recommending that at this time.
Well, that's all the benefits too. That's
All
not just
benefits,
salary.
full-time
So
staff.
just for
Burden.
clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So all benefits, TMRS contributions, all the related costs.
I'm comfortable with the Public Works, but I'd like to hold off on library for now.
Okay, Councilmember Connor?
Comfortable with Public Works, hold off for library.
Now, with that piece of information, would you three like to comment? Are you still holding to? Okay. Okay, and Councilmember Mitchell? Same. Okay, so what I'm hearing, well, you know what? Let's just, if there's no further discussion, let's just open the floor for a motion. Let's get on with that.
I'll make a motion to authorize the conversion of a part-time role for Public Works Administrative Assistant to a full-time role.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's call for a vote with a raised hands. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All in favor? Motion approved to convert a part-time role for a Public Works Administrative Assistant to a full-time role.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving on, public hearing item. Conduct a public hearing and consider approval of a resolution authorizing funding participation with Tarrant County Community Development and Housing for the 48th year Community Development Block Grant CDBG project for replacement of roughly 1,500 linear foot of clay sewer main, manholes and services. And just for clarification, this is along 3rd Street between North Road and Municipal Drive. Joe Walsh, but I suppose we're having Shields instead. Okay. Man, sorry.
Max, I had on the resolution that our city leverage amount was more 318,953. Am I incorrect on? I apologize. Okay. 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 I didn't know if maybe there was a percentage of overage that needed to be added in. All right, thank you.
So I have a question. They just put my street back together again. Why wasn't this done when this was pulled out instead? So it would have all been done at one point in time. Are they going to mess? I'm not even gonna go. They've messed up so many times how to pull it back out, put it back down, pull it back out, put it back. This project over here was an absolute nightmare. My mailbox is still not fixed from where they basically tore it out of the ground and haven't replaced it and hit it with all kinds of machines. So I'm still waiting on that. But I guess
To be fair, we'll have Joe on staff as our public works director throughout this project
I was
this
gonna say,
time. I'll feel better about this
I'll
one and
call you.
oversight.
call you.
There was a big portion of time that we did not have a public works director.
Yes, I know.
So I know there were some
For
hiccups.
But for those households that are along this, or for the 28 residences, including my own, um, those connections to those sewer pipes, they're clay as well. Are we going to be, I guess replacing them as well? Okay. How long is this project expected to last? Do we know? That's what they said about the last one. It lasted almost 7 months.
That we have Mr. Walsh now.
Yes, we do. Thank you. So I didn't have
Now
Joe
you
at the
gave
time.
him a full-time admin, so who knows what's possible.
I guess. Are who's the company that's going to be doing it? We don't have a bid yet? Okay. And we don't know when this is going to start or anything like that? So roughly around this time next year.
Right. You'll fix everything so they can tear it up again. right?
Yeah, I was gonna say they tore up that road and then they repaved it. It's still not where it needs to be, but I just don't want to have to go through this again. I guess I can live with 60 to 90 more days of bumpity bumpity bump. But thank you very much. Oh, and Joe, I'll call you about my mailbox.
I'm curious, how did we come up with the budgetary amount of $488,000, which is the total anticipated project value? I'd love to see a breakout of your estimate if you could send it over to me. So based on some quick and dirty math, that $488,000 for 1,500 linear feet comes out to $326 a linear foot approximately. What I'm concerned about is I'm in the construction industry. Over the past, as you may, I'm sure you've seen over the past 2 years, escalation in construction costs has been an unprecedented rate. Are we confident that the requested budget value is enough to take into consideration another 12 months of escalation? When it comes to bidding this project out and selecting your contractor, how do you typically go about that? Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Sorry. It's late.
The only thing,
Go
the
ahead.
only thing I have is just make sure that this is one of the first projects on the list, so we know it's on there, what the funds were, how it's allocated, that's what I want to keep track of, is because we have many of these outstanding somewhere, and we come back, we don't know the history of Third Street and how much we've already spent on. This is a perfect. No, it has to be done. No, it has to be done. I'm thankful for that $70,000 that we can put towards it and take care of our citizens' needs.
Right? I'll wake you up.
Oh, come on, no, I'm so sleepy.
Okay, the only question I would have is like the $46,000 on engineering fees. Does that have to be paid up front? That come out of the 170 that we get from Tarrant County, or how does that work? I think the reason I'm asking is, so like, I would like to know when this would be funded. So in other words, when would we have to pay the engineering fees? Because it seems like we have a history here of paying engineering fees on projects that we still haven't started yet. And then by the time the project comes around, it's so much more expensive. Maybe we do it, maybe we don't, but the engineers are getting plenty of money out of this deal, but the city's not getting things moving forward like I think we spent 132,000 on this safe sidewalk deal, whatever you call that thing over there. And it may or may not happen. I don't know. I'm guessing it will, but you know, I don't know. That's the only problem that I have with these things. It's like we pay all these engineering fees up front. And then by the time this rolls around a year from now, what if this project cost goes up another 200,000, then it gets kicked out and we've already paid engineering fees. So that's my only concern. So it would come back to the council before we allocated this money, correct? Or if we make a resolution tonight, how's that gonna work?
You're committing to the county your willingness to provide the city's match, but you are not approving any contracts tonight. So that would come back. Any engineering cost, I assume, would be included on our monthly invoice that we pay to Shield, correct? Okay, right. And you're right. Freezing Nichols typically does our water and wastewater, don't they? Sorry, it's late. My brain. If it reassures council, I have never seen a CDBG project go unfinished. It's just, this one's, I'm not gonna say the word guarantee because I'm not gonna do it, but it'll happen. So. I said not that. Okay.
Yeah, I think my concerns is the same as Gary. Engineering fees that we pay out. I kind of live on the street, paid out each, and haven't done it. So I just don't want to get into a situation where we're wasting money on engineering. And when you look at the cost from when mine was engineered and to where it is now, that's crazy. So it is what it is, but I mean, I'm for it.
Reminder, this is a public hearing item. I'm going to start the public hearing portion at 11. Have any persons in the audience that wish to speak on this public hearing item? There are none. I will close the public hearing at 11:37. And I will open the floor now for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Second. Call for a vote with a show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your. All those opposed. All those that abstain. Motion approved with a 4-0-1 vote with Councilmember Connor abstaining.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, it is 11:38.
Oh my gosh, did we?
Close the open session, go into executive session pursuant to section numbers 551.071 and 551.074.
I make a motion to adjourn.